What's up, chat? Oh, why can't I not hear you now? Are you muted? Put a 1 in chat if you can hear Pat. Or is it just me? There we go. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Alright, yeah.
Oh.
It's a rough one today, folks. Fuck. Alright, put a 1 in chat if you can hear Pat now. Especially because I can hear him, so it's doubly fucked if you can't hear him and I can.
Mine started with a 0 and then hit us with a 1. So I think we're okay.
I hope we are.
Okay.
Wonderful.
All right.
Sick.
Guys, today's a tough day. It's been a tough one for the Subversive History crew. We're coming to you, we're mortals just like anyone else. We're coming off some personal difficulties individually that all came together in a really inconvenient time where mixture of family issues and illness has detracted us from our typical diligence. I don't think diligence is even a word. I think you just use the word diligence. Our typical diligence.
Diligence.
Um, but we are committed to this project, and we are here. And we, despite everything going on in our lives, we still got together. And while some of us may feel sick, some of us may have a lot going on with our family, we decided to show up and hang out as best we could.
Hey, we appreciate you, I mean, like, we do this not just because it's fun, but because, like, I, I, I get so much more out of this, you know? I don't know. It's weird. I don't even know how to fucking explain it, and I'm not going to do a good job, right? This isn't just like, fucking I show up and, like, we have fun. It's like, I show up and I learn something, right? And I feel even better knowing that, like, at least someone else in chat is learning something. And that's all I could ever fucking ask for in this life. That's all I want to do with my life. And I'm very grateful to have this.
Yeah, and just because of how um, the time of everything. I'm here. I don't even have my face shaved. I didn't even put on one of my nice shirts. Here in a t-shirt. Just after spending the day putting this together because I couldn't really keep food down for the past 48 hours, let alone concentrate my mind on putting together like a presentation. So I had off work today because I've been sick the past few days, and I really just spent all that time putting this together. So, you may not. This may not be our best work, but this is just us, staying true to what we've committed to do, and it might not be the most convenient time for us, but we're still here, and we're still going to talk about it. I'm, do you mind putting this on the cover page, or the title page? Going back a couple slides. All right, thank you. That's all right. It's all right.
None of you heard any of that, did you? Oh, this is
I heard
going.
some of
This
it.
is going so good today. This is
I can hear you.
all right. Do you want me to reread the preamble thing, or do you want me to just keep going?
Uh, no. Okay, Seb says that they can't hear you either. Um,
Can you hear me now?
so
I mean,
Johnny, I don't know
I know there's a bit of
what
a
the,
delay, so that's why I'm asking.
right, yeah, there is a little bit of a delay. Um, okay, now Vlad said that you're good now.
All right.
So there's
So
something very strange happening because it's not like we're toggling a setting on and off or anything. It seems like the settings that we have are allowing for the audio to get through, but then just seems to be cutting out. Like I don't know, could there be like a loose cord or something somewhere?
no, I can tell you about it later. I know exactly what's going on.
It's the CIA.
Either that or the IRD. You keep speaking them into life. You're like
I've
the
been,
only person in the world that's like,
I've
yeah,
been bringing
yeah, yeah. Sure, there's the
oh no,
CIA, the NSA. Let me tell you about the IRD, man.
I've been bringing heat to the IRD since the very first episode of Subversive History. The very first episode of Subversive History with inventing reality. I've been coming at the IRD, and I will not let them come in here and tamper with the audio of Subversive History. And I will continue my campaign to bring down the parasitic, destructive organization of the IRD that was disbanded in like the 1980s, I think.
Or so we're led to believe.
Or so they say.
Thank you, Hashkush, for being
Hash Kush.
subscribed to
You
tier
know,
one.
Hash Kush, you coming in and resubbing for those 2 months, I think that really just gave us the shot of inspiration that and motivation that we needed to get over this hump. We're not feeling our best. We have things going on in our outside lives. Time has not been kind to us over the past few days.
No,
Um, but we're here and we have a presentation and we're going to keep doing it. And and then we have the technical issues on top of that, just making everything else just that much more annoying on top of a already kind of tense situation. So I feel like I'm going to throw up. Uh,
dude, do it on stream. Do it live.
if I have to, I will.
I
I have,
don't
I have a
think
try.
that's TOS, but I feel like it would be like there's not many other streamers I think that have thrown up on live that
Well,
like don't
maybe we'll break some barriers.
yeah, you know. So who remembers what the last chapter was titled? Who has their PDF open?
Professor Johnny
Anybody?
bringing the quiz.
Yeah, but y'all didn't study for this shit, did you?
Also, in the title, it's not that big a deal, but it says the radical citizenship.
That's right.
Like it's like a space. It's a ship of citizens. It's radical.
Where am I looking? Oh, did I put a space in the wrong part again?
It's citizen and ship, and it's capitalized too. But that's not the biggest deal.
Where?
And yes, Vlad, that is correct. The radical dignity of Malcolm X. So that will today be contrasted with the radical citizenship of Martin Luther King Jr.
Did I fuck that thing up? Let me see here.
What? Do you see the stream elements thing in the chat?
I'm trying to figure out what the hell you're talking about.
Do you see in the chat at the top where it says stream elements now live, streaming, just chatting?
Yeah. Sword and the Shield, Peniel E, Chapter 2, the Radical Citizen. Oh, right. Oh, here we go. That's why. That's because I was rushing.
Yeah.
Alright. Back to the matter at hand. Yes, Vlad, it is the radical dignity of Malcolm X was the previous chapter, right? And I think that like we discussed at length about the kind of like proud sort of revolutionary that Malcolm was, right? He took no shit, right? And literally, no matter where he was, whether he was in prison, whether he was dealing weed with Red Fox, right, or he was, the newest member of the Nation of Islam, he was still just like taking no shit from anyone, right? He was a dignified man. This is the radical citizenship of Martin Luther King, and we're going to learn a lot about, like, the kind of indignations that, like, he kind of went through, especially in like his early life, right? And how he actually, you could not come from a more like opposites but so similar background. It's so weird. It's like an inverse,
Right. I was
especially
just about to bring that. Is that we're going to be talking about like this, like very interesting, like
like a
in terms of
parallel.
their upbringings. They couldn't be more opposite, but it leads them both to the same steps of the Capitol that day when they were filibustering the Civil Rights Act. And it's really interesting to watch these two parallel journeys and like the way that it lines up, where one person was in seminary school while the other was in prison, like at the exact same time, and
Yeah.
then they still just kind of like stay on the same trajectory from two like vastly different starting points.
So I want to jump into this because like I especially want to get to the part about like their dads, right? And how big of a part, that their dads played in their lives, because it's just like I think that had Malcolm X's father lived, right, instead of, being murdered by the what is the Black Legionnaires or whatever,
Yeah. The
um
White Black Legion.
the White Black Legion, right? Um that, like, I think we honestly could have seen like a far more um like, I guess studied Malcolm X. Like, how it like took him until like he was in prison in order to go back to, I think, like, what his father always intended for him to be, right?
Mhm.
I think that we probably could have seen sans, Nation of Islam, right? We could have seen a far more politically
Right.
minded Malcolm X from a much earlier age if his father and mother continued to, stay in his life.
I agree. Yeah. But then again, it just might not have been the same Malcolm. You know what I mean? If
No,
he
it
didn't
wouldn't
go
have. It
through,
would definitely
if
wouldn't have.
he didn't, if the Malcolm X that we know and revere was forged through that crucible of the street life of being a kid that like with no real parents anymore and having to go through foster homes, juveniles, jails, prisons,
Yep.
slums, ghettos, all of that. You know what I mean? We might have never heard Malcolm X. He might have been a great academic that might have published something here and there, but would that have been the Malcolm X that we whose legacy we still hold on to till today?
No,
We can
definitely
only
would have been
speculate.
a completely different person altogether. Let me just send out a tweet real quick that we're live though.
Oh, he tweeting.
Citizenship.
The citizenship.
The citizenship. All right. So back to this. Let's take a gander. Do you want to start or should I?
I'll take the first one here.
Is that what I'm supposed to do?
So
Put the link at the bottom, Sebs? I don't know. I'm new to all this, but
throughout the 1950s, Malcolm X found himself responding to a political landscape shaped by Martin Luther King Jr. King's political King's political mobilization of Southern Negroes in Montgomery, Alabama, reverberated nationally, while Malcolm made inroads in the South through the establishment of Muslim mosques in Atlanta and Florida. King took command from the pulpit of the Dexter Avenue Baptist Church in Montgomery. Dexter represented the church of big Negroes, college educated professionals, doctors, lawyers, and entrepreneurs flocked to the church and its 26-year-old Negro preacher with a doctoral degree from Boston University, who was Martin Luther King. Born January 15th, 1929, 4 years after Malcolm, I believe, in Atlanta, Georgia, as Michael Luther King Jr. King grew up safely ensconced in the world of the black elite, his childhood free of the tragedy that would shape Malcolm X. By the time Mike, as friends called him, turned 5 years old, his father, Michael, changed both of their names following a trip to the Baptist World Alliance in Berlin. King Sr., the highest paid black minister in Atlanta, toured Europe and the Middle East and returned to Georgia to a welcome featured on the front page of the Atlanta Daily World. So, just off of these first two paragraphs, we can already see a vastly different type of childhood upbringing that Martin Luther King enjoyed than that of Malcolm X, which we read about last week.
Absolutely. And the fact that, like, his father was that, like, well known, right? That this man is, like, touring the Middle East and Europe.
A man living in Jim Crow South, United
Yeah.
States, in the 1920s and 30s and 40s, is, at that degree of being the highest paid preacher. Is that what it said? The highest paid black minister in Atlanta, touring Europe, touring the Middle East, being featured on the cover of magazines or the front pages. I don't know if the Atlanta Daily, it probably is a newspaper, featured on the front of newspapers, and having this childhood free, like living in this like black, quote unquote, black elite, which I'm sure was still an extremely marginalized community compared to like the white elite and probably even like the white middle class. But like that is so far from what we had read about like Malcolm X, who was pretty much in like, probably grew up in like poverty and instability and, not, definitely not free of tragedy as they describe here.
Yeah, like, to put it plainly, had Martin or Mike had Mike's father passed away, there probably would have been like a full page article, like, a whole issue of like a magazine, dedicated to his life, rather than like, the paid by the letter little like snippet in the news that, like, he had passed away of under some you know
Mysterious,
yeah,
dubious.
dubious circumstances.
Hey, what's up, Camara? Hey, Dave. Dave, thanks for coming by. Don't worry about it. You're late. We're all running late today.
It's a little Martin, or this is Mike and this is Martin.
Yeah, yeah. So that would be Michael King right there on the left, and would become Martin Luther King.
Mike Luther
Um,
King, Martin Luther King
yes, that is it.
Jr.
Junior. All
Martin
right.
Luther
So
King Sr.
this
came
is
from
you. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Martin Luther King Sr. came from humble sharecropping origins around Stockbridge, Georgia. Daddy King, I am not going to get used to saying that, as he
Yeah,
came,
you're gonna have to say, if you read this chapter, you're gonna say that one a lot. And at first it feels a little awkward, but you do get used to it. He actually has an autobiography titled Daddy King. I don't know if you know that. Sussy.
Daddy
But
King,
continue. Yeah.
for the third time, Daddy King, as he came to be known to friends and family, reinvented himself as as preacher, marrying Alberta Williams, the daughter of one of Atlanta's most successful black pastors, A.D. Williams. After Williams' death, King Sr. presided over his congregation at Ebenezer Baptist, becoming a leading race man, the affectionate name for black leaders who advocated racial uplift against the backdrop of white supremacy. King Jr., along with his younger brother AD and older sister Christine, grew up in Atlanta's segregated black elite. Public accommodations were rigidly policed, and even the children of the black bourgeoisie encountered racial assaults. King's awareness of racial inequality came at an early age. When he was 8 years old, he received a sharp slap in the face from a white woman who accused him of stepping on her foot.
So, a couple things here. The first thing that I notice here is, isn't it so like interesting that Malcolm X, as we read about last week, Huey Newton, who we haven't read about here, but I've read his biography, and Martin Luther King are all from like a sharecropper lineage. You know what I mean? Like the Great Migration. They were both sharecroppers when they went to Nebraska for Malcolm X and to the East Bay, or the Bay Area, should I say, for Huey, and then Malcolm. We have, I guess that wasn't part of the Great Migration. They stayed in the South, but still of that same sharecropper familial origin.
Yeah, no, both Malcolm and Martin are definitely of a lineage of people that were fleeing, the racialized terror put upon them by white supremacist groups, right? And there's very few historical figures that make it into I guess like this cast of people, and not cast like with an E. I mean, like this like cast of like civil rights leaders that are remembered, right? That are from the deep South. I think namely because people get murdered. You know what I mean? Like you never actually like make it to be that old, right? Or to that scene because like
Without being lynched.
yeah, like if you start acting smart, like what was talked about in the previous chapter, with Malcolm.
And perhaps the other information here being that he was part of this black elite, this black bourgeoisie, maybe insulated him a little bit from like the more, like maybe if he wasn't from such a relatively prosperous family, maybe if he was in the worst part of the black ghettos where his family didn't have as much of a ring or as much of an importance to the church or anything like that, you could have seen like more of just like a for lack of a better word, an execution of Martin Luther King much earlier in his life, and perhaps his father too, with the same type of like racial consciousness that they were developing.
Oh yeah, no.
And by the way, hey Sam, I wanted to, before we got started, I just wanted to say what's up to Sam.
Yeah. Hey Sam, our wonderful mod. But yeah, no, I think that a lot of people I think don't really recognize that like Atlanta is kind of like the exception to a lot of other parts of Georgia.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So like, when we say that like, oh, they most people they never make it like that far because normally they get like murdered, right? Atlanta is kind of like that. I think that one city of exception when it comes to that.
There's certain policies that were implemented in Atlanta that made it somewhat of I wouldn't call it a safe haven, but it wasn't Mississippi.
Yeah.
It was not Mississippi. We can say that much.
Yeah. It wasn't Mississippi. It wasn't I'm trying to think of like any other like
Well, even Birmingham,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Little Rock,
Louisiana.
We're going to talk about a couple of these places as we continue here.
I'm trying to think about what is the name of that civil rights leader who actually was like friends with MLK that was like literally murdered in his driveway. I always forget his name.
I don't know. We haven't covered that in the book yet, so I don't know. Well, I'm sure we will in one of these chapters. That'll come up. But if you want to, while you're pulling that up, if you want to flip to the next slide, I'll
yes.
read while you're
sorry,
pulling it up.
I'm sorry. My bad.
There's Daddy King.
This is Daddy King.
That's Daddy King.
So this is probably like what older MLK would have looked like had he not been murdered.
Transitioned to something like that. Yes.
Yeah, like by the FBI no less.
Correct, Cycrum. I would have, yeah, I would agree
Probably
with that
all
as well.
of them. It's why we haven't seen an effective movement that wasn't defanged since the 19. Well, I mean, like, yeah, SebsDev. I mean, this is like, or Cycrum. This is like why, like, when we talk about, like, and I know we haven't covered it in a book, but like when we talk about like Allende, when we talk about Indonesia with the Jakarta method, when we talk about even parts of Cuba, right? It's like people had to like take it in no certain way that like if I cross a certain line, I will be murdered, and not just me, but like everyone like me.
Well, and think about this. Think about all these revolutionary leaders that we do know of. Think of Lenin. Think of Castro. Think of many others. Lenin went to prison. Lenin was exiled. Lenin
watched his oldest brother be hanged from a flagpole.
Fidel was part of the assault on the Moncada barracks, where almost everyone a part of that was put to death.
Right.
There's so many timelines where Fidel and Lenin both just get bullets in their head very early in their lives. There's a lot of timelines where that happens, and it makes you think how many revolutionaries that are of that caliber were
Right.
there. And logically, you would have to deduct that there was numerous, that there was probably more of them that lost their lives than did not.
Cycrum brings up an excellent point saying that, like, people say the US has revolutionary potential. I argue it doesn't, because any potential organizers of it would be annihilated by the FBI and CIA. And Sam bringing up the 638 ways to kill Castro. The thing that you have to realize about Castro, and like why, right, he is so I think so interesting, is because he is literally like, he was a living person, a living revolutionary that lasted from a completely different era, like almost the start of the Cold War, you could say, right? And he lasted all the way into like the next millennia, right? And that, like, everything prior to like the Cold War, as far as like organizing, right? Like not even just like radical unions, but just like socialist parties, right? Communist parties, things of that nature are completely dismantled, thoroughly broken, thoroughly, like, having any sort of leadership or lineage of, like, potential to pass down, like, organizing knowledge and just like methods of organizing, right? Completely ruined, which is why in like the modern, contemporary America, trying to even, like, start a fucking union is a Sisyphean task, like, where the sooner you get closer to even starting a union, let alone any kind of like revolutionary party of any sort, right? Like, you better believe that, like, it's going to be filled with dysfunction, right? It's going to have to relearn all of these lessons that, like, most American socialist and communist parties had already learned in like the 1920s, but they're all gone. Am I making any sense here?
Yeah, yeah. And we have to when you think about the revolutionary potential of the United States, I know that probably the first place we shouldn't look is our elected officials, but it does say something about the state of the nation when we just had some kind of like very bizarre McCarthyist nominal denunciation of socialism,
Right.
bipartisan denunciation of socialism across Republicans and Democrats. A bill that an absolutely ridiculous, impotent bill that was passed just so that like many of our elected officials could both all get up into a microphone one by one and say, "I think it's bad. I think it's bad.
Maxine fucking
I
Waters
think it's
having
bad."
to.
And these aren't even like be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Yeah. So that's kind of what I was getting at is that oh geez, is everything all right here?
What do you mean?
Okay, never mind. I thought we had like a connection issue or something. Um, but yeah, you know what I mean? Like and that is indicative. Like I don't believe that I've seen really much of anything in the United States that has resembled a significant revolutionary potential since the Black Panther Party.
And like, look,
Now, obviously, I'm learning. I'm learning a little bit more about some things that are happening in indigenous communities that I was not aware of prior to having conversations with people like Rick or even you, who's read more books on that than I have. So maybe there is more to be learned about the I would say North American revolutionary potential that exists outside of the United States state apparatus and within indigenous communities.
yeah, no, and I think that, like, this is why I'm like so excited to read, like, Redskin White Masks, because like he does talk about like the radical politics of indigenous communities, of First Nation, political organization, right? And how there was a time, right, that they were as radical as anything that the Black Panthers were doing, and yet they
Maybe perhaps
receive,
more.
yeah, perhaps more, honestly. I mean, they have probably an even longer lineage of
What's the name of
radical.
that? What is the name of the thing that happened in what is the thing that happened in Canada?
The Oka rebellion crisis,
That
whatever.
took it a
It's
step further
OKA.
than I think that happened. I think
And
that might have been a little bit more extreme than anything that the Panthers actually ended up doing. Not saying that they weren't, militant or anything like that, but I don't think they had quite the standoff that happened up there, and that was even more recent history than in the United than the Panthers when they were active.
I mean, like, I'm not gonna, compare, but like, I do think that there is a lot of potential there that, like, we've talked about with Rick and that we've talked about with other guests that I think requires a more thorough examination than I have seen anecdotally in my time as, like a leftist, right? Post 2016, right? Would
Okay.
AIM taking
So,
over Alcatraz and Wounded Knee be good example? Um, I have heard
what is
mixed.
AIM? Is AIM an organization?
Yeah, the American Indian movement. That they I promise you that I will find a guest to talk about these things, and I have somebody in mind. I have to reach out to them, and I just need to I need to settle up, like, a lot of stuff that's going on, like, not related to the stream, and I promise I will dedicate the time to make sure that, like, we bring, like, on guests that are knowledgeable on these topics to you, because, like, I want you to learn and I want you to, you know, have something to be optimistic about. I think there's a lot to be. I think, like, it's very easy to hear, like, what we just talked about in terms of, like, socialist movements in America being crushed, right? Take a look at, like, how many indigenous nations still exist, right, and are fighting for sovereignty in America today. And they've been fighting for, sovereignty, and they've been fighting for things that, like, Karl Marx was inspired by to even write about, like, his ideas around socialism and communism. So I think that, like, again, if you want to be optimistic, I would say look to indigenous sovereignty, independence, and their radical movements that, like, they have had, because I think that, like, there is still a kernel of radicalism that, is very palpable, and not that they also haven't faced, like, opposition from things like COINTELPRO simultaneously as the Black Panthers. But I think that, yeah, Cycrum, like, indigenous communities can give me some hopium. Yeah, you should have hope. They should give you hope, and you should, if you want to, join something that, like, is related to, like a struggle that you should throw your full weight behind. It should be, behind indigenous sovereignty and towards organizations that are fighting for that.
All
All I'm
right.
saying is we'll need hackers. Leaves by vanishing in the earth. We'll need lots of stuff. Do you want me to
Yeah,
read?
lots of things.
Do you want me to read this part?
No, this is me.
Okay.
So, as the son of a preacher, King wrestled with his own faith. He experienced doubts about God's beneficence following the unexpected death of his grandmother, and Atlanta's race relations filled him with resentment for whites throughout his youth. At 10, King watched in horror and fascination at the city's Christmas time. Oh, sorry, I didn't copy and paste right. Christmas time showing of the film Gone with the Wind. The festivities included a downtown parade replete with Confederate flags and thousands of Atlanta's white residents crammed into Lowe's Grand Theater to enjoy the film's romantic depiction of antebellum slavery. King's discomfort with the film's nostalgic portrayal of white supremacy, which included Academy Award-winning actress Hattie McDaniel's role as Scarlett O'Hara's black mammy caretaker, and Butterfly McQueen's performance as the anxious, loud, and not too intelligent house servant Prissy, mirrored that of a 14-year-old Malcolm Little, who watched the film in Mason, Michigan. I was the only Negro in the theater, Malcolm remembered, and when Butterfly McQueen went into her act, I felt like crawling under the rug. So, what we see here is that parallel between these two civil rights leaders who started at very different origin points and led markedly different lives, but we're still, like, going through the same, like, cultural pitfalls of the racial structure of the United States and the racial culture of the United States, that both had that similar feeling of disgust when they were watching the depictions of black people in one of the more popular movies in the history of film.
Have you ever watched? Have you ever seen Gone with the Wind?
No, I watched a couple clips of it earlier today because I was trying to find a good clip for the stream, but I didn't really find anything. But I
I've ne-
watched a few.
I've never watched it either.
Yeah.
All I know is like the guy says to the lady, "Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn." And and
Oh,
and
is that where that's from?
and yeah, and then he like kisses her or something. It's one of those like 1950s, like if you look at it with like um a contemporary cultural like lens, it's like that's fucked up.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Star Wars with like Han Solo saying like I know you want it. But it's like three. No, I'm never fucking watching that. I'd rather watch The Irishman or something. King's encounters with racism in popular culture were mediated through his personal experience. He was acutely aware of the ways that blacks were forced to degrade themselves. At 6, he lost his white best friend to the harsh discipline of racial segregation. At 14, he was forced to remain standing on a 90-mile bus trip from Atlanta to Dublin, Georgia. Black passengers were forced to move once white passengers boarded. It was the angriest I've ever been in my life, King recalled. King both admired and feared his father, whose discipline included whippings until King turned 15. He spent the summer before college working on tobacco farm in Simsbury, Connecticut, which allowed him access to integrated travel between New York and Washington, an experience he came to relish. After that summer, when he returned to the Jim Crow South, quote, the very idea of separation did something to my sense of dignity and self-respect, he later remembered.
So the first thing I thought about when you were just reading that, and that I thought about before, look at the markedly different perspective that Malcolm and Martin had on separation, right? Because
Yeah.
Malcolm X wasn't even really too keen on integration until towards the end of his life more.
No.
You would see him being supportive of the bills that would increase rights for black people, but also he would say that like separation is what's necessary because they're never going to let us live. That
Right.
was like his main point. But then you see, where Martin comes from, and he says that separation, the very idea of separation did something to my sense of dignity and self-respect. So like, obviously as the both of these men progressed in their lives and political educations and political leanings, I think they would come off of any of the more absolute feelings that they had about how to fix certain problems. But it is interesting to see, like, in this, or the origins of their beliefs, how different those two things were.
I think it's also kind of funny that, like, I'm pretty certain that Malcolm lived a far more, like, rural lifestyle, whereas, like, Martin is basically LARPing as, like, a sharecropper for a summer before college.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I'm not hating. I'm not trying to disrespect the legacy of MLK, but it
no,
is kind of remarkable that, like, Malcolm, spends his life in like utter poverty, right? And his
correct,
father is still like very politically, like motivated rather than theologically, right? And
correct.
like Malcolm is far more like that salt of the earth, right? Whereas Martin is like, yes, I'm not trying to say that like he hadn't had like
Hardships, because
some
he certainly did.
hardships, some run-ins with like racism, losing like a friend and stuff like that. Whereas like Malcolm, for him, it's probably like well that white kid's daddy could be like one of the men that like shoved my father underneath a moving cart,
Yeah, or threw a bomb in my house.
right, and burned my childhood home down to the ground.
Exactly, exactly. Things King will experience later in his life, but once he becomes politically active,
Yeah.
we're going to get to that soon. But there will be more on those things because Martin Luther King would experience them also, but just not as a child.
Yeah, I think it's also kind of weird that like his father would whip him. Like I
Bro,
know
you
we're not
got
getting all the details here, but that just between like, you know, the summer sharecropping and like the whipping and stuff, it just, this all feels really weird. Like, why would you
Donnie,
recreate that cycle?
Unelectable Airwaves has redeemed throat singing.
Oh fuck. I'm not trying to disrespect MLK. I'm not. I really can't today. Like, I was yelling. You have no
All right,
idea.
we try.
I've been like, I blew out my fucking
I know,
voice screaming over the phone
I know,
today.
I know. But
I'm
you did your
sorry.
best. You did your best, and you lived up to what was necessary.
I
So
know.
we respect you, and we're gonna keep going.
I'm not having a good one today, guys. But you know, thank you, Matt, for
There's more of you guys here. There's more of you guys here than there was when we first started. And we kind of hit our groove a little bit here, but we just want to let everybody know the Subversive History crew has been going through a rough patch the past few days, both of us personally, uh, between family issues and food poisoning, not being able to keep food down. The two of us have been absolutely distracted, and that may, detract from our typical diligence when it comes to putting these projects together. But we are committed to this, and we will be here, even though one of us is having trouble keeping food down at this moment, and the other one has a voice box that has been eviscerated from yelling. We're both here to continue reading over this stuff. So we love you guys, and we are happy that you're still.
Hamburger, hamburger, cheeseburger, hamburger, cheeseburger, hamburger, cheeseburger, hamburger, cheeseburger, hamburger, and a side of
All right, there we
All
go.
right, there we go.
We got it. We got it. Okay. So let's go on to the next slide.
Did I skip like too many? Yeah, dude.
No, I
All
don't
right,
think so.
there we go. Yeah. All right.
All right. So King's plans to study medicine and then there you go. King's plans to study medicine and then law were scuttled by a growing interest in the intersection of race, religion, and justice. On August 6, 1946, while Malcolm X spent his first year as a fish in Charlestown State Prison, King wrote a letter called Kick Up Dust, published in the Atlanta Constitution. He wrote the letter against the backdrop of the murders of two black couples and one black man, Maceo Snipes, by whites in Georgia. Both cases made national news. Snipes' killings especially galled King. Snipes had cast the sole black vote in Taylor County and was killed the next day for his courage. We want and are entitled to the basic rights and opportunities of American citizens, wrote 17-year-old King. He accused white racists of bringing up interracial intimacy as an excuse to deny black citizenship. We aren't eager to marry white girls, and we would like to have our own girls left alone by both white toughs and white aristocrats. The letter exemplified young King's racial militancy and a pride and confidence in black history rooted in the political example he saw at home, encountered at Morehouse, and dreamed of carrying forth into the world. He spent his first 3 years at Morehouse resisting Daddy King's pleas to join the ministry. In 1947, he finally relented, and at 18, King passed his trial sermon at Ebenezer Baptist Church. So here's another interesting intersection between the lives or the political philosophies of Malcolm and Martin. Him saying that we aren't eager to marry white girls and we would like to have our own girls left alone by both white toughs and white aristocrats. That's almost word for word. Well, maybe not literally word for word, but in a sense, exactly what Malcolm was saying, even in his speeches in Harlem.
Yeah.
So definitely a little bit of crossover there. Back on that Maceo Snipes murder, I have a video in the next slide that goes a little bit more into that, and it offers just like a little bit more like around the whole scene. So it's just like a 5-minute video, but this is something that I'd never heard about personally, the murders of these specific figures. So if you want to throw that on.
All right, this better have good audio. Oh God.
Birth of a Nation, it's based on a novel called The Klansman. which is a glorification of the Ku Klux Klan. Why is the Ku Klux Klan glorified? Because it saved the South from the horrors of black men holding office and being corrupt.
You get to the early 1900s, and you have the reign of terror.
Wait, I don't
from
think the
Ku
audio
Klux
is coming through,
Klan.
man.
Get out of here.
And what
No.
you see is almost
Hold
a
on. So
total
look,
purge.
there's a little mute. Go on to Discord real quick.
Okay.
Look, do you see this?
What?
Look into the message I just sent you. Like in the screen sharing thing that you're doing on Discord, you have it muted.
Oh God. Oh God. Oh God.
Oh.
Oh no.
David said it's playing for him.
Oh no.
David said it's playing for him, so I don't know. Oh, wait, maybe that's just on my side. Okay, never mind. I'm wrong. But I read that thing from David where it said good audio in my leftist media. I was like, oh no, it must be for everyone. So I'm wrong. Just play it. It was on my end.
David, you gaslit our fucking.
I'm sorry. That was a mute on my end that I did. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Go ahead and play it. I'll probably be able to hear it now.
All right.
In lots of the former states of the Confederacy,
I'm sorry, guys.
of black political participation at the butt of a gun, at the butt of threats of violence, through lynching and chaos.
There was terrorist violence on a massive scale in the South. Between 1880 and 1950, somewhere around 4,000 Americans are lynched, and almost all of them African Americans.
So let me tell you a story about Maceo Snipes. Maceo Snipes was a World War II veteran. When you have fought fascist and you have fought for democracy, you want some of that democracy for yourself. He came home to Georgia, and Maceo was determined to vote. There was an election going on, and Eugene Talmadge was running for governor.
The federal government is working consistently to tear down states' rights.
And Talmadge was running on the platform to, as he said, keep the Negroes where they belong. And so Maceo goes down, and there's a sign that says something to the effect of, first Negro that votes, that'll be the last thing he ever does. Maceo was like, shh, I fought fascists, what you got? So Maceo went in there and he cast his ballot. He was the only black person in Taylor County, Georgia, that voted in 1946. Maceo goes home. Nothing happens for a few days. And then he goes to his door. White man says, could you step out on the porch? Maceo's like, sure. And then he sees 3 additional white men. And then he hears, ch-ch-ch, and it was a firing squad. And they laid Maceo out. The message was really clear. You vote, you die. Election day terrorism was designed to provide the kind of intimidation that said if all of the pieces of the Mississippi Plan can't stop you, we've got some bullets and a rope that will. And this is why you see the kind of insurgency happening in the black community that leads into the civil rights movement. This kind of, I shall not be moved.
Right, so yeah, that one goes all the way back to like that Birth of a Nation movie and like talks about a lot of like the surrounding situations around that, but then also goes into pretty good detail about the Snipes murder. So that's kind of what was going on when Dr. King was 17 years old and was, you know, beginning kind of his like, I would say like a political consciousness in terms of race and racial injustice.
And before anybody brings it up, I would love for us to read Black Bolshevik by Harry Haywood. But it's like, how many pages is it? Like 600, 700 pages?
700 pages long. I have it. I have it downstairs. I think
Right.
it's about 700 pages.
Yeah.
It's huge.
It's huge.
It's the same reason I would love to read A Revolutionary Life by not by Che Guevara. It's by John Lee Anderson about Che Guevara. It's literally one of my favorite books that I've ever read. Might be my single favorite book that I've ever read, and it's 700 pages long. It's like
It's hard to find the version that hasn't been edited by his widow. But you know,
both. Yeah,
I'm connected, man.
yeah. Johnny's actually the one that got me the hookup to get that book. So I do have it, but Johnny's actually the one who pointed me in the right direction of where to obtain it.
Yes.
And I'll be honest, I haven't read it yet, actually. It's such a huge book that I just haven't picked it. Like, every time I go up to the shelf to get a new book to read, I'm like, eh. It's like literally 3 books.
Fucking, that's like whenever I look at my Lacerdo copy of his like book on Nietzsche, and I'm just like, bro, that's 1,000 pages. When the fuck am I gonna read this shit?
Exactly.
No, I don't want to watch this shit again.
All right, this is you.
Not gonna lie, that kind of fucked me up. After graduating from Morehouse, King spent 3 years at Crozer Theological Seminary in Chester, Pennsylvania. The school's location, close to Philadelphia, and removed from the domineering Daddy King, drew him closer to crafting a personal.
You keep getting the Daddy King parts.
What?
You keep getting the Daddy King parts.
I. It's just a luck of the draw, I guess. You know. And removed from the domineering Daddy King, drew him closer to crafting a personal religious philosophy that connected with his interest in social justice. He joined 9 other black students in a class of 32, a surprising diversity of prestigious, typically white school. The surprises didn't end there. A pool room beneath the seminary chapel became a fixture where certain students, including King, congregated. At Crozer, King discovered, analyzed, and came to embrace the social gospel through reading the work of Walter Rauschenbusch, the theologian and author of the Christianity and Social Crisis. The social gospel interpreted Christ's teachings as a vehicle for social justice on earth, not just in heaven. Rauschenbusch examined Christianity through the prism of social ethics, arguing that social justice on earth reflected the greatest manifestation of God's love, and King immediately gravitated towards this perspective.
You good? Oh.
Sorry. So, have you ever looked into the social church before?
No, but if you move forward one slide, I have some excerpts from Walter Rauschenbusch's, or an expert, should I say, and an excerpt, I should say. And this kind of goes into like, so these are the people that were like influencing Martin Luther King as he was young. These social theologians who actually did recognize that maybe like a socialistic reconfiguring of economic and social institutions was in line with the teachings of Christ, essentially.
Yeah, this is actually far before the what do you call it? The prosperity gospel, that like right-wing grift shit that like, you know, pretty much has seeped into almost all of middle American, like, you know, gospel outside of like Catholicism. And you know, Catholicism has its own fucking problems, but like, you know, you'll see that a lot with like, you know, the rattlesnake handling, you know, variety, you know, about like God wants me to be rich and all that other jazz. But you know, let me just
So just
what is it called again? The social gospel or the social church?
social gospel,
That's it.
but they reference it as the social church
Right.
in the book.
Oh, they were against child labor.
Very progressive.
Theologically, the social gospelers sought to put into practice the Lord's Prayer, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. They typically were post-millennialist, interpretation of chapter 20 of the book of Revelation in a millennium, a golden age in which Christian ethics prosper. The term, yeah, we are not living in that. They believe the second coming could not happen until humankind rid itself of social evils by human effort. That is like so much more wholesome and like something I can get behind more than like what Zionism has, brought us, where like yeah, socialism is when everyone gets their daily bread, literally.
Yep.
So Zionism, for those not in the know, is pretty much a philosophy based around the idea of we need all of the Jewish people on earth within the kingdom of Israel so that Jesus will come back down, right? And then all of the Jews that have been gathered there, the end times kick off, and pretty much a majority of them are going to die, and a finite number of them will be allowed to convert to Christianity. So pretty much like Zionism, like, for the Christian side of things, the end goal is literally like the extermination of all Jewish people.
Yeah, right.
That's the end goal. As far as like, Jewish, Judaism, or I mean not Jewish Zionism. See, that's what's fucked, is that like Zionism has like come to, be so closely associated with Judaism. It blows one's mind to think that like there's a Christian Zionism. But
Well,
this,
there's anti-Semitic Zionism,
yes,
where
yes.
nations will say we don't want Jews here, send them all to Israel, and promote them going to Israel, pay for them to go to Israel. So it has nothing to do about the prosperity or the wishes of Jewish people, but it's pretty much like, some of the foundations of Zionism. I think even, outright Nazis were in favor of like a sort of Jewish state, so that they didn't, whatever, the same way that, Lincoln and other, Americans were in favor of a black state. So that, like, not because they cared about self-determination or prosperity of black people, but so that they could say, okay, great, we can ship them all out of here and send them there. So even of these projects, there are those that are from a fervently xenophobic support of these projects.
So I think that like one of the things that's kind of like lost in terms of like, people thinking that like, oh, Zionism is just like, Jewish supremacy or something like that. I think that a lot of people forget that like, the aspect of why oftentimes you will see like, a Zionist state that will go unnamed because I like my day job and the money it pays me. Is that like, you will see certain states, right, have no problem supporting arming, or training, very anti-Semitic paramilitaries, in certain parts of the globe, right? And, it'll make you scratch your head and go like, that doesn't make any sense. But if you're, let's say, a country that like, relies on illegal settlements, right, expanding your territory, right, and you rely on like, an increasing hostility to people, of that group, right, fleeing to your country to expand those illegal settlements, right, it makes all the more sense for that hostility to be cranked up to 11 everywhere else that there are, Jewish people. You see what I'm saying? Right. Where, like, I hope it's starting to make sense.
Yeah.
The resemblance with reality is mere coincidence. The secret ingredient is fascism. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is that, like, anywhere that, like, the U.S. goes, for whatever reason, fascism seems to kind of just sprout like a cordyceps. All right. I think, here we go. States individualistic gospel has made sinfulness of the individual clear, but has not shed light on the institutionalized sinfulness. It has not evoked faith in the will and power of God to redeem the permanent institutions of human society for their inherited guilt of oppression and extortion. This ideology would be inherited by liberation
that's literally the line that I have quoted. That's literally the line I have quoted in the slides.
Son of a bitch. Okay, fine. We'll go back to your slide. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Is this me or is this you?
I don't even remember. Do you want me to do it again?
Oh, I'll do this one. So this is the one where we're going to talk about Marx and what Martin Luther King's position on Marx here. So let's see. Crozer, which is like the seminary that he was in, I believe, attracted an eclectic faculty of religious scholars, intellectuals, and free thinkers who challenged, fascinated, and inspired King. He studied the writings of Mahatma Gandhi and Karl Marx, and although he was more intrigued by Marx, he would come to be permanently associated with Gandhi. King rejected the, and this is even in quotes from the author, evils of communism, which he defined as the ideologies metaphysical materialism and ethical relativism, and a strangulating totalitarianism, while paying close attention to its critique of economic injustice and social inequality. When King read Gandhi, the philosophical concept of satyagraha, do you know that word?
Oh, Satyagraha. Honestly, off the top of my head, it's
translated to truth force or love force, held particular appeal for him, and his experience with Jim Crow had previously convinced him that nothing short of an armed revolt would bring about racial justice. King regarded Gandhi's nonviolent movement against British colonialism in India as the collective application of Jesus' love, one capable of inspiring a powerful and effective social force on a large scale. As he studied these thinkers, King was seeking a religious and political philosophy that deplored poverty while recognizing love, democracy, and justice as sacred principles. So let's get into this, Johnny. Obviously, we're a pretty commie stream here, supporting most actually existing socialist projects throughout the country, throughout history. I wouldn't say all. I don't think all would be the right word.
I would say for the ones that meet the criteria of what building socialism actually looks like.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm curious. Let's talk about a little bit of these criticisms that the good Dr. King has about the systems that he regarded as communist. Right. Yeah. The necessary exclusion of Pol Pot. That's
yes.
on Unencrypted Airwaves. You said Pol Pot question mark, and it's like, yes, we're talking about Pol Pot. There's others that we could bring up. You can bring up like the Gonzalites.
Oh God, dude, no, that I don't even consider that by any stretch of the imagination.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
though. I mean, this is
Gonzalo.
There's the two of them. I've just brought up the two main ones that are we're separating from them.
I think that the one that's oftentimes forgotten about, probably a little bit more than Gonzalo, is Romania. Koseku. Honestly, from what I can recall about the socialist state that existed there, it wasn't that great. What do you mean that's that's right, you're fucking from Peru or some shit. All right, so tell it, Sebs, as a Peruvian.
Wrong? Yeah,
you tell us, because
I'm open to you being an authority on this matter, Sebs.
I'm not gonna tell you how you should feel about Gonzalo. Yeah. So you tell us, right? Fucking white people living, in the colonial empire. What should we think about a guy that hangs dogs from or what is it, street signs with denouncing Deng Xiaoping? And also said that brown, indigenous people needed to lay their lives on the line for, the liberation of the white people. And I'm not trying to be a dick to you. I'm just in a bad mood. Admiral just killed people and bombed cars.
Who's Abimel?
Is that his first name, or is that some kind of title he held? I'm trying to figure out where the fucking thing. I don't know. If you really want to read about thoughts on totalitarianism, right? Allegedly killed his first wife to get with another woman. Why not just leave? Just break up.
I'm actually less concerned about talking about the strangulating totalitarianism.
Oh, his real name is Abimel Guzman. Did not know that. Thank you, Sebs. So again, I can't recommend this book enough. Maybe one day me and Sebs will start a spin-off called Subversive Theory. But this book by Maurice Cornforth, I'll see if I can find a link in a little bit, for like this version. I got this one from Akar Books, right? And that's
We got a
AAKA.
little raid here.
What?
We got a little raid here.
Oh, wow.
From
Thank
K.
you.
Howd.
K, how do you say? Thank you. Welcome, Raiders.
Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone.
Welcome.
We are currently reading over the Sword and the Shield by Peniel Joseph. It's about Martin Luther King, the revolutionary lives of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. We're doing a chapter by chapter breakdown. Today we're going over chapter 2, which is the Radical Citizenship of Martin Luther King.
So we're a little bit of like a book club more than like, the kind of maybe sort of, oh, thank you for giving the shout out. So we're a little bit more of like a book club than we are like, kind of just like a React stream or anything like that or anything else, I mean, sometimes we'll use YouTube videos, right? If it's like gonna help us take a deeper look at some of the things that are mentioned in some of the books that like, we cover. Y'all ever thought about a TTS reader? No, because we like the sound of our own voices.
Right. What the hell would we be doing if we weren't actually reading these? You know what I mean? Like, it would be mostly just us, like, sitting back like this. Like, yes.
I mean, like, maybe we should. I don't know. I can't promise anything.
I think it feels more intimate when we read it out personally. But
yes. Oh, and Fridays we ball. Fridays we just fucking go on.
Fridays
like,
we ball.
AEDD fueled like fucking just
cover everything.
Wiki hole. Yeah. So like I don't know. Like maybe sometimes on Fridays we'll have guests. So yeah, what we were just talking about, right, is Martin Luther King Jr., right, when he was still in seminary school, was learning about, like, Marx and a bunch of other stuff. And, he was, like, a little bit critical of it, Also remember that, like, he's living in the U.S., like, during the fucking Cold War, I assume, when all this is happening.
Deeply religious. Yeah, you have to think about his mind coming into like, if he looks at like what is existing socialism at that time, and he looks at the Soviet Union, which did have like campaigns of secularization, and however like stereotypes of that reverberate into the United States, and he's more of like the prosperous within black America. He was part of the black elite, the black bourgeoisie, and also extremely religious. Now, even with all that, he was actually pretty appreciative of who Marx was and the things that Marx wrote about, but had some caveats that he attributed to communism.
So, Seb, to answer your question, not totally with another question, right? He was critical of Marx, but was King right, though? You're going to have to look at it from the perspective of King, a theologian.
Yeah. Also, it's slightly subjective. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of how you're going to come to that conclusion. Now, like, this is what I wanted to talk about. So the first thing that he levies is a metaphysical materialism. And the way I read that was that they are not a nation of God in the sense that they didn't believe in some kind of like extra, I guess you could even, some kind of like extra physical or like supernatural or however you want to call it forces. It was a strictly materialist based, social organization. And I guess maybe that was something that he was not particularly fond of, being that he was deeply religious. Would you agree with that in that first metaphysical materialism accusation?
I would say for the information that's going to be available to MLK at that time, right, it is going to appear to be a deeply anti-religious country. The USSR specifically, I think, is going to be his primary example. But like, hear me out.
I agree.
Hear me out. That like you have to remember for the USSR and its history, because me and Pat are both like Cold Warriors over here, and like anything Cold War related, like we're far more familiar with. Try and keep in mind that like the USSR prior to its existence, right, was ruled by the Tsarist family. Now, think about where did the Tsarist family get its how would you say? How would you describe it? Like
Influence.
its reason for being. Where did it get its authority from, right? And it's going to be the Eastern Orthodox Church, right? So a lot of like the people involved with the Eastern Orthodox Church and a lot of the power of the Eastern Orthodox Church had to be removed, right, in order so that like there's not this deep fight between like the church and like the state, because now you have a state that's no longer supported by like the organized religion of the people. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I mean, also, I mean, like, even if you don't look at, because he didn't use the word anti-religious, he said metaphysical
Right.
materialism, and that's the actual the word that I'm trying to the phrase that I'm trying to unpack here. Do you think that that's just a criticism that instead of having a bunch of like explicitly religious foundations to their charters and their constitutions and prayers and things like this and schools and all these things, do you think he's just saying that this is too, it lacks a spirituality to it that he doesn't agree with?
I mean, like, it's such a short little thing that you could literally probably write an entire book about, or at least like an article about, like, exploring that relationship and like, what his views on like actually existing socialism at that time and its relationship with like the metaphysical and with religion and faith and whatnot. I think that like, yeah, for him it's going to be a valid criticism. It's going to be something that like kind of turns him off. I mean, think about how many times like David brings up what the fuck is it, liberation theology pretty consistently, and he knows that I'm a very big fan of it, and I think that I forget what's the name of the priest that Castro has like a whole conversation that was like turned into like a short article. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Ah, fuck. It's great. It's like a short little article of like, Castro discussing faith and religion with a liberation theologist priest in Cuba. And like, this is like a very kind of new-ish movement. You got to remember that like during the 1920s, 1930s, right? There's this transition away from like what we were just talking about, that social gospel, and into like the prosperity gospel, and you really see like the roots, the foundation of like modern conservatist, religious conservatism in America.
Well, and that Walter Rauschenbusch guy, what he was quoted as saying is that there is a individualized gospel that absolves the individual of like the morality, like of sin,
Right.
and we don't have a collective gospel. We need to look at the collective institutions of society that we're all responsible
Yeah.
for, because we can have the one man that goes and absolves himself of his sins, but we need to like transform the institutions that we all contribute to collectively. So that is the essence of socialism, in whether you do it atheistically or from a theological perspective, in my opinion. And I would say that I don't look at socialism as an anti-religious movement. I don't, you know what I mean, especially after the preceding decades following the USSR, which had its own material circumstances that it had to contend with. That you have other, especially in the Middle East and things like that, like fervently Muslim, even you could look at Gaddafi, who believed he was building socialism, and I'm not saying he wasn't, I'm just saying that he used the word socialism specifically, but in the likeness of Islam. But yeah,
I think that like even contemporarily or contemporaneously, whatever, today, if you go down to any of like these countries like Venezuela, or like any other countries like Nicaragua and stuff like that, or if you go down to like Mexico, and like you'll still probably see like a very like religious backbone, even in like the left. You know what I mean?
Well, this was going on up even in Guatemala in the 1980s. There was priests being murdered by the government. There's a very famous bishop that was murdered outside of Lake Attilan, because these became places of the poor. So Juan Jose Girardi Conadera was a Guatemalan Roman Catholic bishop and human rights defender. Here, I'll send this over to you if you want to pull this up, because this is there's a whole book about this, because this is such a huge situation that happened in Guatemala. Yeah, Lake Attilan, yes. Attilan was actually a huge place of guerrilla insurgency for up until the 90s. When I visited Attilan, there's a place there called Peace Park, and they have tombstones. It's like a park where they have memorials for, I think, 9 or 10 different victims that were all killed there during a protest. But yeah, there was a lot of insurgency around Attilan. So yeah, Juan Jose, was a Guatemalan Roman Catholic bishop and human rights defender who was long active in working with the indigenous Mayan peoples of the country. He gained government recognition of indigenous languages as official languages. He helped secure permission for radio stations to broadcast in indigenous languages. In 1988, he was appointed to the government's National Reconciliation Commission to begin the process of accounting for abuses during the Civil War. He also worked on the Association Recovery of Historical Memory Project, was sponsored by the Catholic Church. So here you see more of a parallel with the church and the guerrilla movements that were going on in Guatemala at the time, who were explicitly socialist organized. You could look at the Guerrilla Army of the Poor. I used to know all 4 of these. There's 4 main guerrilla boards. There's ORPA. Look up the Guerrilla Army of the Poor real quick if you could. It's in Wikipedia. Yeah, Guerrilla Army of the Poor.
Army.
There it is. So this is like the main. This is one of the main. There's 4 main. There's ORPA. There's this, and there's 2 other ones I can't remember off the top of my head. I apologize for that. But these were the kind of people that were the Maya. See, so this was, and if you look here, it was a Guatemalan leftist guerrilla movement which commanded significant support among the indigenous Maya people during the Guatemalan Civil War. So these are the types of individuals that the church was supporting in terms of the abuses that were coming from Rios Montt and pretty much every other iteration of the Guatemalan government, and still do to today. Yeah, Attilan is one of the most beautiful places in the world. Guatemala is a very slept on vacation spot. I think people look to Costa Rica, they look to Mexico, and I don't think they realize how great Guatemala is to go visit. It's really an awesome place.
This is an interesting list of opponents.
Yes, this is. Yeah, exactly.
So, there's this book, and
But yeah, that's just a little theology, liberation theology, or whatever it's referred to, tangent. Real quick.
If Savannah ever is, watching this, I'm sorry I haven't finished it yet, but this book, right, Writings for a Liberation Psychology by Jose Martin Baró, he was murdered by Salvadorian death squads writing this book, right? And he, the only support that he got was from, fucking Christian monks. So
yeah. And the situation in El Salvador and in Guatemala, they were like sister situations in a sense. This is what was going on to them in the Cold War. You have the Mazote massacre that occurred in El Salvador, which was carried out under the auspices of the United States government, where men, women, and children were just executed, which was replete throughout the Alta Verapaz regions of Guatemala and other regions as well.
Right.
So let's go. We're getting off tangent, but that's a cool thing to learn here, because we're kind of talking about King and his issues, and we can kind of see how that may have developed, since King as well. So
also we completely skipped over the Gandhi part, and if you ever want a very good takedown of Gandhi, right, read Nonviolence by Domenico Lacerdo. It's great, and honestly, Domenico Lacerdo is slept on hardcore by people that want to be oh yeah, I'm super lefty, then read Lacerdo.
Well, also, last week we brought up Gandhi, and we offered our criticisms of Gandhi, and I think that those are well known now, and I don't think they were well known in Dr. King's times.
No.
So it's understandable why he holds him up as such a inspiration, and I think that's especially with his the way that he's generally portrayed in the United States media, it's a very logical. It's very understandable how somebody would come to that conclusion. All right, let's go
to the next one. Is this mine?
Yes.
All right. King discovered Reinhold Niebuhr's 1932 classic, Moral Man and Immoral Society, during his final year at Crozier, and the book offered him a blueprint for his transition from a preacher with intellectual ambitions to a faith leader and public intellectual undergirded by a belief that, quote, justice is love's message for the collective mind. Niebuhr turned King inside out. The theologian's skepticism toward the social gospel, Marxism, and liberalism forced King to re-examine his own views. Niebuhr identified power as the necessary adjunct to moral transformation. He judged nonviolent methods as more important for their ability to alter oppressive regimes than for their romantic interpretations, such as those associated with Gandhi. The study of Niebuhr gave King the tools to confront evil that existed beyond intellectual comprehension in service of challenging political problems that required moral courage.
If you move forward to the next slide, there's a short video on Niebuhr.
This guy. Maybe I'll learn how to pronounce his name right.
Yeah. Pretty interesting character. Doblemir.
He may be best known as the author of the famous Serenity Prayer.
God give us grace to
What? Motherfucker, what?
I have a feeling you'd like that. Oh, you might appreciate that.
Serenity, the things that cannot be changed.
But American-born Reinhold Niebuhr, a theologian, a celebrated writer, and a progressive social thinker, brought a distinct and prophetic voice to some of the most defining years in America's history.
Barack Obama, a pretty progressive Democrat. Jimmy Carter could draw on Niebuhr. Some of the Reaganites liked Niebuhr. Some of the George W. Bush people liked Niebuhr. Everyone picked something they liked.
So Niebuhr was always present in my mind in a very practical way, particularly when I became president and was facing the constant threat of a nuclear war which would have destroyed the world.
Civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. wrote of Niebuhr from the Birmingham jail.
Whenever there was a conversation about power, Niebuhr came up. Niebuhr kept us from being naive about the evil structures of society.
Reinhold Niebuhr was the great public theologian of the 20th century. Well, I think a prophet in politics is someone who sees what others are blind to.
Reinhold Niebuhr makes me shake and tremble as a human being when I think of the depths of his courage.
Reinhold Niebuhr was an American original, whose understanding of human nature, justice, and social behaviors propelled him to speak openly and often critically to an emerging nation that saw no limits. But that critical voice also landed him on the FBI watch list for decades.
The FBI attitude to him was always not that he might be, but that he was a communist.
I not only admire Niebuhr, I love him. I disagree with almost everything that he said.
For Niebuhr, the priority was always justice. His guiding principle, hope in a Redeemer God. His weapon, an extraordinary gift for clarity of thought that made him a leading voice of conscience for his time, and some say beyond.
Man's inclination to justice makes democracy possible. Man's inclination to injustice makes democracy necessary. Reinhold Niebuhr.
Reinhold. All right, just a quick little video I found just to kind of illustrate who that guy was and what influence he had on MLK.
And our lives. Comprehension.
What'd you say?
I said end our lives.
Yeah.
Weird.
Weird. So many people, like, you have Cornel West on there, and so many people that, like, I've never even heard his name before.
Yeah, they also had, a war criminal, Jimmy Carter, war criminal, Barack Obama.
Listen, man, I love Cornel West, okay?
I want to like Cornel West more than I do.
You're just being a hater at that point.
I know.
Is this me? Is it my turn?
I don't remember. No, I want to read it.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. King grew more intellectually ambitious and politically confident during his years at Crozier. He delivered dozens of lectures in churches in Chester and Philadelphia and audited a graduate seminar on ethics and philosophy of history at the University of Pennsylvania. The importance of Gandhi was reinforced for him after listening to a speech by Howard University President Mordecai Johnson in Philadelphia in 1950. Fresh from a trip to India the previous year, the outspoken Johnson railed against Christianity's complicity with Jim Crow and compared the British treatment of Indians to the way America, quote, treated colored citizens in Alabama and Mississippi. King also continued to develop a skepticism toward American capitalism. Quote, I am convinced, King wrote in early 1951, that capitalism has seen its best days. His disapproval stemmed from his deepening empathy for the poor and political underdogs. Since capitalism has failed to meet the needs of the masses, he reasoned, it would be replaced by an unconscious move towards social democracy. Yeah, okay. His embrace of socialist model contrasted with Daddy King, which is why I wanted to read this part, a fervid capitalist who blanched at his son's leftward political drift. Blanched! Father and son discussed, debated, and argued about economic justice. Daddy King found himself talking to a young man repudiating the basics of capitalism and Western democracy in favor of a more redistributive social and economic system.
So I know we read about his skepticisms of Marx, but when Johnny comes back, we're going to move ahead one slide, and we actually have an excerpt of 2 paragraphs that MLK wrote regarding capitalism, and it's going to really, I think, add a little bit more context to his overall position on socialism and capitalism, because he did write, I don't know if extensively is the right word, but he wrote a good amount about this. His opinions on the matter were not secret by any means. It's just not something that you're typically going to hear in mainstream depictions of Martin Luther King. Frankster says, I didn't raise a commie. Yeah, whenever Johnny comes back, we can get the video going. But you can see here, this is in 1951, that he is convinced that capitalism has seen its best days. And he referred specifically that it has failed to meet the needs of the masses. And where's the last part? That it had seen its best days. I don't know. I guess I gotta wait for Johnny to come back to move forward here. So while Marx had these trepidations about communism, maybe as he witnessed it in the USSR, he also was explicitly critical of capitalism as an overall system and a outspoken supporter of socialism, maybe not communism. And so you can just move forward and play the video.
I said, yeah, I'm sorry.
Notes on American Capitalism by Martin Luther King Jr., published 1951. King wrote these 2 paragraphs, probably as notes to himself during the Christianity and Society course. He criticizes aspects of Marxist thought, but asserts that capitalism has seen its best days. Quote, Karl Marx, the German philosopher and economist, stated that capitalism carries the seed of its own destruction. There is an obvious fallacy in this statement. The fallacy is that it is limited to capitalism, leaving the impression that other social movements do not carry the seed of their own destruction. The actual fact is that every social institution carries the seed of its own destruction. Its survival depends on the way the seed is nourished. Now, after admitting that there is a fallacy in Marx's statement, do we find any truth therein? It is my opinion that there is. I am convinced that capitalism has seen its best days in America, and not only in America, but in the entire world. It is a well-known fact that no social institute can survive when it has outlived its usefulness. This capitalism has done. It has failed to meet the needs of the masses. We need only to look at the underlying development of our society. There is a definite revolt by what Marx calls the proletarian against the bourgeois. Everywhere we turn, we are faced with strikes and demand for socialized medicine. In fact, what is more socialistic than the income tax, the TVA, or the NRB? What will eventually happen is this: labor will become so powerful, this was certainly evidenced in the recent election, that she will be able to place a president in the White House. This will inevitably bring about a nationalization of industry. That will be the end of capitalism. I am not saying that there is a conscious move towards socialism, not even by labor. The move is certainly unconscious, but there is a definite move away from capitalism, where we conceive of it as conscious or unconscious. Capitalism finds herself like a losing football team in the last quarter, trying all types of tactics to survive.
So interesting words there. I believe that statement was prefaced by saying Marx was incorrect that the seed of capitalism's destruction is inherent to its existence. But then he pretty much says that it is, but it's like that in all systems and all ideologies, which is kind of just saying, like, you're right, but let me expand on that. And then he kind of said that he's wrong because it's conscious, but it's actually unconscious. But I believe that Marx would have agreed that it was an unconscious, like that it was inevitable, that that this wasn't just like going to be like a bunch of people consciously saying we're going to move away from capitalism, that it was inherent, innate within the system for that to develop.
Marx, I think, wrote about how the move from capitalism to socialism was inevitable. But, we've had a number of, modern heterodox economists, kind of almost argue to the point that, is it though?
Right. But it seemed like there was a lot of words in there. Like, there was a lot of extra words just to pretty much agree that capitalism is in its death throes, and that unconsciously, even against the will of the people, that it will continue to march there. And he said through nationalization, he used the word nationalization of industry, the phrase nationalization of industry, which it does not seem that he was particularly opposed to such a thing.
No, not at all. I think there's a couple of speeches that you can find where he talks about how, industries need to be nationalized,
Right.
And ultimately, I think that, this is a much larger conversation, but I'm just going to touch on it very, very lightly. When people bring up the R word, reparations, right? People oftentimes think that it's going to be something like that episode in Atlanta, where it's just people that are 3 or 4 generations removed from the people that owned another group of people, right, are going or should have to pay that out of pocket, where it's just it's more likely, and it's almost like it makes more sense to repatriate wealth away from the industries that that capitalized off of owning people or trading in the owning of people, right? To repatriate the wealth away from them towards advancements of entire communities. But that's a whole other conversation for another day.
Right. Okay.
Is there actual art? What?
It might be the one for a mentally mentally
No, I know.
handicapped.
I'm not surprised, but it's just like I think like with like the app basically like falling apart every other fucking week, you would think that like there would be any other discourse that would be more important. Like I still can't believe that simultaneously while Twitter is just like falling to pieces under Elon, like we're having discourses like a month or two ago about should I give my neighbors chili?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I know, and that's like the best part, Pat.
I have no idea what you're even talking about. All right, let's go. Let's get back into the realness here. Is this me or this is you now?
That's
right?
you. I just wanted to read King Daddy.
Daddy King. Okay. All right. So what we have here, King graduated from Crozer in May 15th, 1951, which is, you know, if you remember from the last one, Malcolm X wasn't paroled from the Massachusetts State Prison until 1952. So there is like a startling parallel between these two journeys. He received a $1,200 fellowship to pursue graduate studies, as well as another honor given to the school's equivalent of valedictorian. Named the most outstanding student out of his class of 10 seminarians, King left Crozer with a deeper sense of his intellectual identity and a clear idea of the kind of preacher he longed to be. If Malcolm X found intellectual, religious, and personal validation in a New England prison, King found a similar affirmation in a northern seminary, where he studied a wide range of thinkers and befriended white students and professors. He left Chester with plans to move temporarily further north rather than return to Atlanta. Instead, he secured a scholarship to Boston University to pursue a doctorate in the philosophy of religion, which he would receive. Hence, Dr. Martin Luther King. Now, there's parts of this we couldn't quote every part of this book, so this is going to seem a little abrupt. Go to the next one. He's going to be in Montgomery. So after he finishes in Boston, he goes to Montgomery.
Are we skipping over his love life or?
Not entirely.
Thank you, mostly flesh. I love you. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. To take care of and everybody else.
Thank you so much, mostly flesh. We've been having a tough day. We've been having a rough go at it between the two of us, and it's so amazing to receive that support. Thank you so much.
So yeah, where the hell were we?
We are right here. This is your go, I believe.
Okay. Not long after arriving in Montgomery, King found his professional trajectory altered by local activists and their struggle to end segregation on the city's buses. Rosa Parks, a 42-year-old NAACP, she was not that old, everybody, NAACP organizer who had attended classes at the Radical Highlander Folk School in Tennessee, emerged as the symbol of quiet dissent against Jim Crow after her arrest for refusing to give up her seat to a white passenger on December 1st, 1955. Park's arrest set the stage for a planned bus boycott organized by some of Montgomery's leading labor and civil rights activists. The 381-day action thrust King into the national spotlight as the president and chief spokesperson for the Montgomery Improvement Association, MIA. King's election to the position had represented a compromise choice. As a relative newcomer to Montgomery, he had not had time to make the kind of political enemies that blocked the ascent of more well-known activists. Through the MIA, King learned enduring political and organizational lessons from seasoned activists more familiar with grassroots organizing for racial justice. Over the course of the boycott, he survived death threats, a house bombing, and arrest to emerge as a national civil rights leader with a moral and political vision rooted in as much in the social gospel and Christian faith as in the nation's founding documents. Which is...
I believe that there's a video in the next slide for the Montgomery bus boycott, just because that's a pretty important thing for us to... Oh, yeah.
Here we go!
Friends.
Green beans! Oh,
friends over at Crash Course. I forgot about this.
It's not green beans.
And it's do you remember the guy that it was one of the uprisings that we when we were reading the Counter Revolution? It's like it's Crash Course Black History, and they have this guy.
Oh, this guy. This guy was great.
Yeah, he did an awesome video on one of the uprisings. I forget exactly which
Stono.
it was.
Stono.
Yep, that's it. The Stono Revolt. Stono.
All right.
And mostly Flesh, we love you too. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Clint Smith, and this is Crash Course Black American History. The Montgomery bus boycott, which took place from December 5th, 1955 to December 20th, 1956, was one of the most successful examples of mass nonviolent resistance in U.S. history. This boycott is regarded as being the first large-scale U.S. demonstration against segregation with an estimated 40,000 participants. It came on the heels of Brown v. Board of Education in 1954, which deemed separate but equal a violation of the 14th Amendment and therefore unconstitutional. But Brown v. Board only integrated public schools in the United States. Segregation continued to run rampant in all other areas of society, including department stores, movie theaters, restaurants, and public transportation. As historian Jean Theo Harris put it, the arbitrariness of segregation, the power and place it granted white people, was perhaps nowhere more evident than on the bus. Let's start the show. Before the boycott, transportation laws in Montgomery directly upheld white supremacy. The Montgomery City Code mandated that black and white people were required to sit in separate sections on public transportation. Furthermore, bus drivers were legally allowed to arrest passengers who violated the mandate, and many of the drivers carried guns. Black patrons were assaulted, abused, arrested, ejected, and sometimes even killed for refusing to give up their seats, talking back, or even asking questions. Rosa Parks, whose refusal to give up her seat was the catalyst for the Montgomery bus boycott, was but one of a long line of black Americans who resisted the inequality of our public transportation system. For example, in Montgomery, 11 years before the boycott, in 1944, a woman named Viola White was beaten and arrested for refusing to give up her seat. Thurgood Marshall recounted one case of two members of the Women's Army Corps in 1945, and he described it as one of the worst cases he had ever seen. The two women in uniform refused to give up their seats and pointed out to the driver that there were seats available and they shouldn't have to move. But the driver then physically and verbally assaulted the women. In 1950, authorities took it a step further in the case of a man named Hillard Brooks. Black passengers were supposed to pay at the front of the bus, then exit the bus and board from the back straight into the colored section. And sometimes, after black people paid and got off to go to the back, bus drivers would drive off before passengers could even make it to the back door. A World War II veteran, Brooks refused to exit after paying his money. When the police arrived, Officer M.E. Mills beat Brooks with a club, then shot and killed him as he tried to escape. Episodes of violence and humiliation like these were pervasive amongst black Americans. And because many black people did not own their own cars, many felt like they had nowhere else to turn. But sometimes there's only so much that a person can take. And talks of a bus boycott danced around barbershops, cookouts, and churches. Then, in 1953, the Women's Political Council, or WPC, collected a formal list of around 30 complaints of abuse on Montgomery buses in an effort to petition the mayor. The WPC was a league of about 300 black women in Montgomery, founded in 1946 to develop strategies to combat community challenges in the face of Jim Crow laws. And in 1954, under the leadership of President Joanne Robinson, the WPC wrote a letter to the mayor warning him that if the violence did not stop, black bus passengers would boycott. In the years before the boycott, Robinson worked arduously with members of the WPC to create a plan. They strategized on how to notify the city's black population if and when the time came. They didn't know when it would come, but they knew they needed to be ready when it did. The December 1st arrest of Parks provided the perfect opportunity. As soon as word of the arrest reached Robinson, she knew that it was time to go to work. Let's go to the thought bubble. It was a dark and stormy night. Just kidding. It was a normal, very typical Thursday evening as Rosa Parks boarded the bus home from work for her usual 15-minute commute. As always, she boarded in the colored section and sat in her designated area. Then, the whites-only section began to fill up. When there were no more seats available, the driver instructed the 4 black people who took up the next 2 rows, including Parks, to get up so that a white man could have their seat. Everyone got up, except her. See, this is how it usually worked. About 10 front seats were always reserved for white people, and then 10 back seats were reserved for black people. The middle section wasn't reserved for either, but white people had priority. So if more white people got on the bus and all the middle seats were filled, then black people in the middle seats would have to get up and stand. Contrary to the way the story is often told, Rosa Parks was not asked directly to give up her seat for a white passenger. Instead, her entire row was cleared so that one white passenger could sit down. Parks thought about the racial injustices her family faced and about the tragic murder of Emmett Till just 1 year earlier. And she decided that she had had enough. She later wrote in her autobiography, My Story, quote, "People always say that I didn't give up my seat because I was tired. But that isn't true. The only tired I was tired of giving in." Thanks, Thought Bubble. After Parks was arrested and word spread, Joanne Robinson and the WPC immediately went to work. Partnering with community leaders had proved ineffective in the past, so they decided to call a one-day boycott by themselves. Instead of going home that night, Robinson went to work at Alabama State, where she taught English. She stayed there all night using the mimeograph machine to make leaflets announcing the boycott. Roughly 20 women then assembled to deliver them. And over the next 4 days, they distributed tens of thousands of leaflets through as many salons, barbershops, bars, and places of work that they could. Robinson was determined to get this show on the road, because like many other community members, she felt like Parks' arrest was a moment where the boycott could finally take hold. But here, we also have to stop and ask ourselves why Rosa Parks became the person that many civil rights leaders wanted to rally around. I mean, she wasn't the first. That same year, 2 other women in Montgomery had already been arrested after refusing to give up their bus seats. One of those people was Claudette Colvin, detained in March of 1955, who was a 15-year-old high school student at the time of her arrest. Even though her arrest happened before Parks, many believe that Edie Nixon and other civil rights leaders did not feel compelled to publicize her arrest because she was young, poor, and dark-skinned. Furthermore, after the arrest, she got pregnant. And with that, any chance she had at becoming the public face of the boycott was gone. For Rosa Parks, these leaders believed, had the right background and the right look. And her history of activism with the NAACP, that helped too. She fit the profile of the type of person the civil rights movement wanted as its face. Born Rosa McCauley in 1913 and raised on her grandparents' farm in Alabama, Parks had to walk to school because at the time, Jim Crow laws prevented her from riding the school bus. Initially aspiring to be a nurse, Parks had to drop out of school in the 11th grade to take care of her ill grandmother. It wasn't until she married Raymond Parks in 1932 that she was ultimately able to go back and finish school. And with Raymond, she also began a life of activism. Parks eventually came to work for the NAACP and was appointed secretary in Montgomery. Decades of work in activist circles had given Parks all the connections she needed for the community to come together at the time of her arrest and agree that she was the person and this was the moment. At first, the WPC held a one-day boycott and it was a success. Feeling the momentum, they decided to keep it going. Those with cars carpooled and people contributed to what was virtually a 1950s Uber system without the surge pricing. Those who walked rotated in groups so that no one had to walk alone and be subjected to violence. It was a community effort, and the community was all in. Local leaders elected a young 26-year-old preacher named Martin Luther King Jr. to serve as the public face of the movement. With King as its president, they established the Montgomery Improvement Association, or MIA, to oversee the organization and maintain the boycott. Joanne Robinson, from the Women's Political Council, chose not to take an official position within the MIA, but she was part of the executive board and edited the weekly newsletter. Together, the WPC and the MIA created and maintained a lean, mean boycotting machine. And one of the main reasons the boycott was successful is that Black Americans made up most of the passengers on the bus. 75%, in fact. And without Black riders or Black dollars, the city suffered financially. On June 5, 1956, a Montgomery federal court ruled bus segregation a violation of the 14th Amendment. The town still tried to appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court, but it upheld the lower court's decision on December 20th, 1956. And on December 21st, 1956, the buses were integrated and the boycott came to an end, lasting for a total of 381 days. This movement was the culmination of a long struggle against discrimination in the public sphere. It also served as a gateway to the extensive activism of the civil rights movement. But as successful as this boycott was, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. Like many Black Americans who have stood up for equality at any point in time, boycotters faced violence and intimidation tactics from surrounding white community. Boycotters faced the threat of losing their jobs, having to walk to work increased their chances of being late, and some faced heckling and torment from white citizens. Others had even more trying experiences. Dr. King and Edie Nixon's homes were both bombed just days apart in 1956. In February of that year, 89 members of the MIA were arrested under an old ordinance designed to prevent people from boycotting. King was tried, found guilty, and made to pay a $500 fine and $500 in court fees. By December, the KKK had taken to burning crosses in the yards of protesters and the bus yards. This type of violence would become characteristic of the civil rights movement. Still, bus boycotts set a new precedent for nonviolent civil disobedience dedicated to upending Jim Crow. And as we'll soon see, these activists were only just getting started. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
All right.
Crash Course is made with...
So, you go first.
Some quick facts about, I mentioned that she was born in 1913. Do you know how long after, the Civil War that is?
53 years?
Some quick maths. Oh, shit. Thank you, Hashkush. Thank you, Hashkush. Some quick maths. That's only 48 years after the end of the Civil War. That's, less than a single lifetime after the end of slavery. Pat, do you know when she died?
No, I don't.
Would you believe me if I told you she literally died within our lifetimes in 2005?
I would believe that, yeah. 2005, wow.
Yeah.
Also, sorry, Mostly Flesh, it says you got to give me a YouTube channel list. You find the bangers. I wish I could tell you that there was a method to my madness, and most of this is done in the 11th hour. Most of my preparation is reading the book and making the slides, and then a lot of time it's like my last few hours of concentration are just typing relevant, situations from the slides that I made, and then just trying to find relatively short videos to just accent it. I have absolutely no secret list that is my go-tos or anything like that. It's just the search bar and caffeine is the only thing that gets me to these videos.
You know what we should start doing though? I think that especially because there's always so many videos that we never get to, we should start making playlists more often, and then uploading those playlists right into the Discord.
There you go, Nightbot.
Thank you, Sam. And I know the YouTube is incredibly out of date. Give me a minute and I'll get to it.
Also, so just to focus on Rosa Parks for a second, can you go to the next slide? It's a video, very short video. It's only like 3 or 4 minutes long, and it addresses some of the misconceptions about Rosa Parks. And there was even some of those in the video that we just watched, actually, where he said that like they asked her to get up, and then she like as if like in that moment she realized like, you know what, I'm not gonna get up, and it kind of like discounts like the like lifelong activism that Rosa Parks got on that bus with the intention of not getting up. She was like, so if you just play this real quick, like Rosa Parks has a history of being like a radical. She was not just like a woman who got on the bus, and that I think like and I use this word, they make it seem like she was just being defiant or like uppity in that moment of like, you know what I mean, like, oh, she just sat down and she just decided to say no, I'm not going to get up, when in reality she had like a principled political mission of activism. It wasn't just like a woman who got on the bus and was like, you know what, I don't feel like getting up. That's not what happened. So if you want to play this, you can go ahead.
Damn. The war in Ukraine forced my family to flee.
What the?
My sister, mother, and grandmother left their entire...
Okay, good for you.
Fables give morals, right? They tell us things that we're supposed to learn, and that's why I think it's so dangerous.
Yeah, my bad.
The classic story, or the classic fable, is Rosa Parks is the first to resist on the bus. She sits down, she's arrested. It's a one-day thing for her. So she has the opening role, and it ends at 1965. So I think the fable starts actually during the boycott itself. Rumors kind of snake through Montgomery's white community, and they're all about how she's an NAACP plant, she's a communist plant. And so, in part in response, people then start to foreground that she's a good Christian seamstress.
The long frustration erupted when a colored seamstress riding in a bus refused to honor the traditions of segregated seating.
Rosa Parks had been active politically for about 2 decades before she makes her stand.
Well, we hope to achieve equal rights with any human being before us.
She'd been kicked off the bus, both by this bus driver before and other bus drivers. She'd made stands before around other issues of segregation. She knows what can happen if you get arrested. The Parks family struggled economically for a decade after her arrest. They never find steady work again. The fable makes her meek, makes her quiet, and makes her contribution really limited to that one day. So there are 2 kind of famous pictures that most of us have seen, right? There's a very famous picture of Rosa Parks' mugshot, and then a picture that often accompanies it of her getting fingerprinted. How the boycott is sustained is by Montgomery's Black community organizing this incredibly elaborate carpool system. But then the city takes a stand in February to try to do away with the boycott altogether. It indicts 89 of the boycott leaders. One of those leaders is Rosa Parks. And so what we are seeing in those pictures is Rosa Parks' mugshot and being fingerprinted in February of 1956 when they are being arrested because of their activities around the boycott, not when she is arrested on December 1st, 1955. These pictures and the ways that we think we know what they show and what they actually show, to me, are also kind of a metaphor for the ways that we think we know Rosa Parks. Certainly the media played a big role in the Southern Civil Rights Movement and in bringing images of the Southern Civil Rights Movement to the American public. But it also constrained what we saw. Even as cameras turn on protests in Birmingham in 1963, we see much fewer cameras in Detroit, where Rosa Parks is living, in LA, in New York. I think the fable puts the movement in the distant past. It holds it up to kind of chastise or diminish Black Lives Matter, and misses, I think, the real continuities and the ways that people like Rosa Parks would be standing with the Moral Mondays movement, with the Dream Defenders, with the Black Lives Matter movement.
Holy shit, did you see the State of the Union thing where fucking MTG's dressed like Emma Frost from X-Men?
Hi,
Marjorie,
I'm Nicole Hockley.
Yeah.
When you say MTG, I just think of Magic the Gathering.
I know, I knew that would do that too, but did you see that?
No.
Oh, dude, she looks fucking ridiculous. Her and Kristen Cinema look like X-Men characters.
I didn't even watch the State of the Union. Like I watched like the first like literal 5 minutes, and I was like, "This is so dumb."
It was dumb and infuriating, and you probably were doing something.
Like, is the State of the Union like really supposed to be anything other than just like
It's the State of the Union.
generalized platitudes for like an hour?
I mean, like, Donald Trump kind of made it into like a game show
Yeah.
awards, but like since then it's been, I don't know, just vague platitudes of like, this is what we could do, but we're not.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I missed much.
No, you didn't. Trust me. Is this me or you?
All right. Is this me?
I don't know. Is it me? I don't even remember the last thing I read. It's in one ear, out the other, but I'll read it.
Okay.
Martin and Coretta welcomed their first child, Yolanda, called Yoki, weeks before the start of the boycott. The young husband and father briefly hesitated before diving into his role as chief spokesperson of a local movement that captured the national imagination. As Mia, president and pastor of Dexter, King presided over twice-weekly mass meetings. There he outlined a political philosophy, arguing that the combined power of Christian love and nonviolent protest could challenge the evils of Jim Crow. Quote, one of the great glories of American democracy is that we have the right to protest for rights. Sure. King noted at one meeting, the protests were organized by some of Montgomery's leading labor, what the hell? Leading labor, women's, and civil rights activists and organizers. The Women's Political Council, led by Alabama State University English professor Joanne Robinson, used Park's arrest to organize a citywide boycott. Its members had been discussing for several years. E.D. Nixon, that guy that they were talking about in that previous video that had also been arrested, past leader of Montgomery's NAACP, Pullman Porter, and proud member of A. Philip Randolph's Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, knew Parks and represented the defiant voice of black workers. The boycott relied on the deep well of knowledge such activists brought to organizing carpools, leafleting Montgomery's population of 50,000 black folk, and sustaining the racial solidarity that transcended the class tension within the MIA, where E.D. Nixon chafed at the increasing attention directed at the young Martin Luther King Jr.
Yeah, so that kind of restates a lot of what was said in that video. The E.D. Nixon, that is the person that was arrested with King, also got his house bombed when they said that there was like 2 house bombings, a year apart. So King's place at the forefront of the Montgomery bus boycott made him a lightning rod for threats from law enforcement and racial terrorists. On January 26, 1956, only 2 months into the boycott, Montgomery police arrested King for speeding, a pretext designed to intimidate and disrupt the movement. King's brief incarceration had the opposite effect, galvanizing blacks who came to the city jail in a show of support that compelled his release that evening. 4 days later, racists bombed King's home. Coretta and Yoki escaped injury, but the violence directed at King and his family amplified the stakes of his involvement in the movement. Bayard Russell's appearance in Montgomery less than a month after the bombing helped King make sense of the incomprehensible. A brilliant organizer, pacifist, and raconteur, I don't know what that word means, Rustin had helped to mobilize some of the most effective interracial anti-racist movements of the 1940s. But his activism was overshadowed by a complicated personal history that included past ties to the communists and a stint in jail as a conscientious objector. Rustin's political ambitions were also thwarted by his homosexuality. But he shared his experience as a professional organizer with King, exposing him to the intricacies of nonviolence as a way of life, which would disallow the use of armed bodyguards. Tall and courtly with a shock of gray hair, Rustin would emerge in this pivotal moment as one of King's closest advisors.
We talked about Bayard.
I think we talked about old Bayard Rustin a couple streams ago, right?
Yeah.
And what was it? There was some questionable things towards the end of his life.
Like many radical people, right? Later in life, he kind of turned over a shitty cordyceps infested new leaf.
If you want to go up, this is about the bombing of King's home. That was just referenced following Montgomery bus boycott.
Huh. This does not look related to the video. Oh, that's why.
This was the home of Martin Luther King Jr. and his young family from 1954 until 1960. Martin Luther King pretty much said you had to do two things in order to be free. You have to forgive everybody for everything they've ever done to you, and number two, you have to lose your fear of death. He was over at Ralph Abernathy's church and taking up a collection the night the house was bombed, September 30th, 1956. Mary Lucy Williams and Mrs. King were in the living room. The baby Yolanda was in the master bedroom sleeping. And all of a sudden, Mrs. King hears a noise out front. So they ran down the hallway. That blast went off seconds later. And Dr. King said he didn't take a full breath from the time he left that church and got here and found out that his family was not hurt. But in the meantime, 300 to 500 angry black people are here. They have guns and knives and sticks and hoes and shovels and pitchforks. Amid that angry crowd that could have exploded any minute, this young preacher, who was a very, very special human being, came home. And it didn't take him any words to calm those people down. All he did was raise his hand, and it was kind of like, peace be still. Told his people to go home. He who lives by the sword will die by the sword, and we have to love our white brothers and sisters even though they're not loving us back. Go home. He said, God will take care of us. And that's exactly what the people did.
Martin asked us to be calm in the midst of all of the turmoil that was going on.
That was one of the greatest opportunities that he took advantage of. Tell your people not to flare up. Don't fight. We're all right. My family is not hurt. Go on home. And people did.
How old was he when this happened?
How old was he what?
How old was he when that happened?
Well, what year? Can you go back to the previous slide, please? 1956, so he was 30?
I'm sorry, dude.
He was a little less than 30.
I cannot imagine having that kind of cool after having, like, my family.
I think he was 26. I think he was 26 years old when that happened. 27?
27?
27, I believe.
Can you imagine being 27 years old and almost having, like, your family bombed and having
right. And then still, like, maintain, because, like, here's a question that I wanted to pose throughout this whole time reading was that what if we could talk to Martin Luther King past the grave after knowing that he was brutally assassinated, would he offer some kind of a different perspective? Would he be steadfast in his approach to, like, nonviolence, turn the other cheekism? Or would he say, I lived my whole life extolling the virtues of nonviolence, and everything, and my physical form was shot down along with, like, many of the things that I was fighting for was repressed, like, physically. Would he offer a different perspective? And I mean, you can look at this and maybe say no, maybe he would not, because even after his house was bombed with his family in it, he still maintained that. So I don't know. That's something that I've been thinking about the whole time as I've been reading this, is that would he offer a different perspective knowing that he was shot dead long after?
Would he offer a different, like, would he have remained as calm and cool as that had the bomb been successful?
Like, if it killed his kid or killed his wife?
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, what, would he have offered a different type of condemnation or a different radical approach to organization if one of his family members were killed in such a brutal way?
But imagine Imagine this, Pat. Imagine you have, like, the, like, living corporeal form of, like, Martin Luther King, and you're there in front of your computer, and you get to show him. I want to show you this thing called Scorpion Squad that, like, recently,
Yeah.
I want to show you this video of this thing. It's getting kind of weird with the ads. Not gonna lie.
I pay for I pay for premium on my end.
Yeah.
So
I don't.
I'm just saying, it's worth it, in my opinion. It's just a little more info on Bayard Rustin.
1963, Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his I Have a Dream speech at the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. That day, nearly 250,000 people gathered on the National Mall to demand an end to the discrimination, segregation, violence, and economic exclusion Black people still faced across the United States. None of it would have been possible without the march's chief organizer, a man named Bayard Rustin. Rustin grew up in a Quaker household and began peacefully protesting racial segregation in high school. He remained committed to pacifism throughout his life and was jailed in 1944 as a conscientious objector to World War II. During his 2-year imprisonment, he protested the segregated facilities from within. Wherever Rustin went, he organized and advocated, and was constantly attuned to the methods, groups, and people who could help further messages of equality. He joined the Communist Party when Black American civil rights were one of its priorities, but soon became disillusioned by the party's authoritarian leanings and left. In 1948, he traveled to India to learn the peaceful resistance strategies of the recently assassinated Mahatma Gandhi. He returned to the United States armed with strategies for peaceful protest, including civil disobedience. He began to work with Martin Luther King Jr. in 1955 and shared these ideas with him. As King's prominence increased, Rustin became his main advisor, as well as a key strategist in the broader civil rights movement. He brought his organizing expertise to the 1956 bus boycotts in Montgomery, Alabama. In fact, he had organized and participated in a transportation protest that helped inspire the boycotts almost a decade before. His largest scale organizing project came in 1963 when he led the planning for the National March on Washington. The possibility of riots that could injure marchers and undermine their message of peaceful protest was a huge concern. Rustin not only worked with the DC police and hospitals to prepare, but organized and trained a volunteer force of 2,000 security marshals. In spite of his deft management, some of the other organizers did not want Rustin to march in front with other leaders from the South because of his homosexuality. Despite these slights, Rustin maintained his focus, and on the day of the march, he delivered the marchers' demands in a speech directed at President John F. Kennedy. The march itself proceeded smoothly, without any violence. It has been credited with helping pass the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which ended segregation in public places and banned employment discrimination, and the 1965 Voting Rights Act, which outlawed discriminatory voting practices. In spite of his decades of service, Rustin's positions on certain political issues were unpopular among his peers. Some thought he wasn't critical enough of the Vietnam War, or that he was too eager to collaborate with the political establishment, including the president and Congress. Others were uncomfortable with his former communist affiliation. But ultimately, both his belief in collaboration with the government and his membership to the Communist Party had been driven by his desire to maximize tangible gains and liberties for Black Americans, and to do so as quickly as possible. Rustin was passed over for several influential roles in the 1960s and 70s, but he never stopped his activism. In the 1980s, he publicly came out as gay and was instrumental in drawing attention to the AIDS crisis until his death in 1987. In 2013, 50 years after the March on Washington, President Barack Obama posthumously awarded him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, praising Rustin's march towards true equality, no matter who we are or who we love. Bayard Rustin famously said that every community needs a group of angelic troublemakers, people willing to stand up and speak out against the status quo, and students around the world have always been uniquely positioned to do just that. Become a part of TED-Ed's free Student Talks program to practice putting your ideas, visions, and hopes into words that can spread
I
across
fell
the
out.
globe and affect change. And
No.
while you're at it, meet other passionate
Anything
students
associated with
from
TED
over
Talk,
130 countries who
refuse
are
to
claiming their
associate
space
myself with
and their
publicly.
futures. Visit ed.ted.com/student talks to get
Dot
started.
TED.
TED.
Ed.TED. All right. Let's
That's enough of that. So yeah, that was like kind of cool. And you know, like I said, it's not like he's bad all around. It's just like from what I remember, and I like at some point I'll probably go into it. I haven't had the time, but I'll find out like exactly what the hell it is that like he had some like really shitty take later in life. I don't remember.
Yeah. Well, I just thought it was important to just throw a couple minutes in there that kind of identified him because he's brought up a lot in the book and
Right.
he really isn't taught about very often throughout, like, you know, the history of the civil rights movement. You know what I was actually just thinking about as I was going through all this?
What?
There's not a single mention of like Martin Luther King's awareness or opinion of Paul Robeson.
Huh.
And it's so interesting that there's like they've so successfully erased Paul Robeson from the conversation of civil rights. Like, I feel like that Paul Robeson should be an essential, like, front page reading when it comes to the talk of civil rights in the United States. And he doesn't even have a footnote.
I mean, you know
And,
why,
like,
right?
You're asking me if I know why?
Yeah. For the
You
chatters.
think I don't? What?
For the chatters. Do you know why?
Okay. Well, Paul Robeson took a extremely let's just say a unfiltered support of communism as it existed in the world while he was alive. And, you know, this like the vilification and the erasure that we see of someone like Malcolm X needed to be applied tenfold to Robeson, as well as, you know, the whitewashing that we see applied to Dr. King would never, there wasn't enough white paint in the world to contain the legacy of Robeson.
No.
So he just needed to be completely eradicated. But it's disgusting. It's disgusting that he isn't in a history book. And I'm not even talking about, like, you know, don't even put him in there for the things he said about the Soviet Union or whatever. Just talk about who he was in the United States and the things he did so early, decades before Martin Luther King, the way he stood up for things, the things he accomplished playing in the NFL, what he did in theater, what he did on Broadway. Like, you know,
Dude spoke like fucking 17 languages. He was basically
what he did
like
internationally. And what he did, like the way that he stood up for black rights, and it's so sad that his legacy is pretty much only known by communists at this point. And I think he has a very valuable legacy to be upheld by communists, but I think that he should be a household name.
His name,
even in mainstream liberalism, like,
his name is known to the real ones, right? And he's known if you're like from New Jersey. Pretty much. If you're in academia and you're
here in Philly, they have a Paul Robeson house, and they have like a committee for Paul Robeson house and things like that.
There's, I think, a monument to him in Princeton, and I know that Rutgers in New Jersey has like a road named after him and a wing, I believe, or a campus.
Yeah, it just really makes me sad that like he isn't known on those same pages with Martin Luther King, because he should be.
Right. Oh, and Sebs, just in case, like, you know, you are not aware, thank you for the subscription with your Prime Gaming, Tad Damien. So
thank you so much, Tad Damien.
So, what the fuck is it? What the hell was I saying about Paul Robeson? You know, he's based all the time. It's that simple. He's based.
Yeah.
All the time. His entire life. Did no wrong. Was great. End of story.
Steps. He was based beyond his years. Or I don't even know if you could say that. He's a level of based that has deteriorated over the decades. They don't make him like they used to in terms of like the Paul Robeson level of based. That level of based has been blunted by years of cringe. So I don't even mean to say beyond his years. I think this is your turn, right?
Yeah. On the second anniversary of the Brown decision, King addressed a New York audience of 12,000. His sermon, The Death of Evil Upon the Seashore, made the struggle for black citizenship analogous to the Old Testament story of the Israelites escaping Egypt. He characterized Europe's colonization of Africa as one of history's most worst tragedies. Quote, the great struggle of the 20th century has been between these exploited masses questing for freedom and the colonial powers seeking to maintain their domination. King observed in a line that might have made Malcolm X proud. That same evening, King spoke at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund dinner, describing events in Montgomery as the actions of a new Negro in the South who refused to live under Jim Crow's oppressive regime a moment longer. The tension, which we are witnessing in race relations in the South today, explained King, illustrated the revolutionary change in the Negro's evaluation of himself and his determination to struggle and sacrifice until the walls of injustice crumble.
So here we see, like, the rhetoric of King getting a little bit more, indictive. Is indictive a word?
Indictive?
No, indictive. Like he's indicting.
Indicting, I think, would be the word.
Indictive.
Yeah, indicting.
But I'm saying, no, I'm not talking about the verb. I'm saying he's becoming more indictive is the way that I was saying. All right, I'm sorry. I'm just saying he's being more accusatory towards the colonial aspect of what?
I think it would still just be like more indicting.
Sure, you're probably right. But he's bringing the word colonialism and colonial into his vernacular a little bit more frequently now that we'll see. It's like he's becoming a little bit more hip to the international scene at this time.
Yeah. Which is ironic because, like, you would think, especially with his dad, that he would be, like, way more well-versed and aware of, like, international matters.
Yeah. Yeah, with all his travel that he did.
Yeah.
I don't know. But let's move to the next slide. I'm not sure what I have next here.
Are we just not going to read this part?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that we were already on the next slide. My apologies.
No,
My
you're
apologies.
good. Don't worry about it, bro.
King's hectic schedule increasingly resembled that of an elected political leader. And on August 11th, he testified before the Platform and Resolutions Committee at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago in hopes of getting the party to officially endorse the Brown decision, meaning Brown versus the Boards of Education. He introduced himself modestly as the representative of Black Montgomery. But by that time, his reach extended both nationally and globally. Racial justice, King explained, meant not only a victory for 16 million Negroes, but a victory for justice and democracy. The Supreme Court's November ruling upholding the federal panel's Montgomery decision hastened Jim Crow's death. On December 3rd, King addressed the MIA's first annual Institute on Nonviolence and Social Change. The Institute sought to mobilize the energies unleashed in Montgomery on a national scale, offering seminars on nonviolent civil disobedience, voter registration, and civics education. In his speech, King acknowledged the many groups, organizations, and people who had allowed the boycott to flourish. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to each of you for allowing my leadership, he explained, recognizing that despite public shows of humility, his individual talents were integral to freedom's cause. King touched upon global histories of colonialism and imperialism by noting that the vast majority of indigenous people living under oppressive regimes were colored and beginning to struggle for freedom. So, much like Malcolm X, Dr. King was not just aware of systems of oppression domestically, but also recognized it internationally and stood alongside many of the anti-colonial movements that were burgeoning in the third world. So we definitely see that change in rhetoric that is bringing up colonialism and imperialism, and anti-capitalism, while not identifying himself as a Marxist or a communist. You see him, having a lot of maybe fellow traveler type beliefs, at least as the FBI would identify them.
Exactly. The same way that, like, the guy that came up with the fucking Serenity Prayer, is considered, a hardcore commie.
He's a communist.
Right? Like, what?
Exactly.
Although, you know what? I've had that conversation in the past where it's just like, actually, there's a lot about, like, 12-step fellowships that are, like, socialistic.
They're co-ops, essentially. It's like a co-opt movement that is completely. It's like a Soviet.
Yeah, kind of. It's a council of people that are elected, right, by the people and can be recalled at any time.
And they send their message up a system of policy.
Right, and we make the most important people the newest person, which in a socialist world would probably be babies, children, the elderly, stuff like that. So I that's a whole other. We could do that on a Friday.
Go ahead.
King's world grew larger as events in Montgomery faded from the national spotlight. Shortly after his 28th birthday, he appeared on the cover of Time magazine, a striking drawing of determinedly handsome King staring into the distance, silhouetted on the top right by a smaller sketch of him preaching, and on the bottom left by an image of blacks triumphantly entering a bus, powerfully depicted his growing national stature. On March 3rd, the New York Times Sunday edition profiled King in a story that noted his sharp mind, penchant for quoting Western philosophers and theologians, and extensive vocabulary. King had cultivated the persona of a religious scholar for the story. When the reporter visited him at home, Beethoven played in the background. But despite King's extensive education, blacks of all class backgrounds embraced him. Quote, he knows how to speak to the PhDs and the no-Ds. Locals, whatever. Locals in Montgomery were fond of saying the coverage framed King as a salt-of-the-earth family man, an intellectually driven scholar and religious leader whose humility made ordinary black people embrace him as one of their own. So I think one of the parts that we may have kind of skipped over just a little bit is that in college, Dr. King, right, before he was a doctor, was a little bit of a ladies' man, and was kind of really well known as a ladies' man.
Yes.
And when
they called him the Wreckers. I believe they called him and his friend the Wreckers.
Yes.
Meaning they wrecked shop when it came to getting the girls. They would wreck, very successful with ladies apparently.
Right.
So yeah, and the book does bring mention to a very misogynistic attitude that King had pretty much throughout his entire life.
Little bit problematic.
Michael has a little bit.
Little bit.
Yeah.
It's just it's just a little scotch of a problem there.
Yeah. Well, and this not only expressed itself in King's sexual behavior, but also in his organizing behavior as well. Because there was apparently, just reading from the book, and I didn't include any of this because you have to be selective to some degree, or else we'll be here all night.
Right.
Was that even in his organizing, there was many qualified women who were extremely successful in the aspect of organizing and activism, and
they have been doing it longer than him.
He was not very keen. He was doing it longer than him, and he was not very keen with getting into any kind of an equitable relation or equal relationship with them. It seemed as though that type of misogyny existed into he didn't want to be on the same tier as a woman in a way. I don't think he was comfortable with that. So we've done this with Malcolm. We're going to do it with Martin. This isn't just something to be here's the greatest guys of all time, and let's, just praise them for all the great things that they did.
Right.
You know what I mean? We also want to point out the things that were not so great about them. And both Malcolm and Martin can definitely be, criticized for their views, their misogynistic views, for sure.
When it comes to their views of women, both of them kind of fall short. A little
significantly
bit.
falls. I wouldn't even say kind of. I would say significantly and explicitly falls short.
It's Black History Month. I'm trying to be sensitive about it, man. Can you just dial it back a little? But yeah, all right. They both kind of sucked when it came to how they treated the women in their lives and how they treated women in general. All right. But I will say, I mean, hey, it looks like he never brings up the fact that, Bayard is gay. He never... The book doesn't make a big deal about it if he ever did.
Yeah. Well, and we also have both of these guys died in the 1960s. You know what I mean? Like, if they
Yeah.
would have stayed alive, would they maybe have like adopted a new progressivism as they continued? Maybe they would have. Maybe they wouldn't have. I don't
Probably
know.
not
You know
until
what I
like
mean?
the 2000s. Not gonna lie. Look, everybody. I mean, like everybody was just utter and complete fucking dog shit. Like well into the 90s. Like the 90s. I don't know if you guys like heard me talk about this like a week or two
Dog
ago.
shit up until like 7 years ago.
Yeah, we're
maybe
also
even
like
that. I might be stretching it then.
we're also like 30 too. So like
It's been a long road for me.
Again, we're also like 30. We're not like 70, 80 years old. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The point is that like if you go back and like look at news coverage, especially from the 90s, right? Like me and the wife were just watching the Lorena Bobbitt story, right? And do you remember the Lorena Bobbitt story?
No, I don't. The name sounds familiar.
The lady that cut the dick off her husband and threw it out the window.
I remember. I know that
Okay,
story.
all right. So you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, but didn't he rape her or something?
Many times, but I don't remember that part about it.
No.
Like in the retelling of like this story throughout my youth, like I don't remember being told that part ever.
Right.
And it's just like there's so much of that when you like go back and look at like 90s news coverage of like women that kill their abuser, women that harm their abuser, women that like are essayed or in like an unequal power dynamic. And I think the most shining example of that is Monica Lewinsky, that's like portrayed as like a bimbo, right? Yes, Frankster, you knew exactly where I was going with it.
Exact same moment as you.
Yeah. So like the 90s were all about 60s redux until it wasn't. No, I would say like it wasn't at all. I would say that like it was just as sexist as the 60s, and that like I don't feel like there was ever any moment of like progressivism that was like that you could look at the 60s for. I don't think you can look at any decade in America, right, at any point. Yeah, Janet Jackson's Super Bowl moment, especially with the Super Bowl coming up, right? Her entire career shut the fuck down. Look at fucking Justin Timberlake. His fucking career just kind of fizzled out on its own accord because, like, he's kind of strong mid, all right? And everybody, like, found other versions of strong mid white guy, with, like, ramen hair that they could listen to. And or they could just like listen to like a black guy basically trying to do exactly what Justin Timberlake was trying to sell, but better.
1,000 times better. Yeah,
right,
like
but better. Yeah, like go to the source. Like you don't need it from this guy. But like,
wait a minute.
Yeah, but like,
because I don't think like when Justin Timberlake was really swelling, I don't think it was like even that acceptable to have a black guy as your like number one like record label lead. You know what I mean? You can pander to the black demographic, but now like since like in the 21st century, it is completely flipped, and now it's just like black people are finally being like recognized as the like cultural musical juggernauts that they have been for the past 2 centuries.
Oh no, Frankster, I don't even think that Justin Timberlake was ripping off Michael Jackson. I think that he was like taking every direction from what's his name that like literally like gave even Bieber like his entire career. Fucking who?
Usher?
Yeah. Pretty sure it was like Usher, right? That like pretty much like was molding like all of these like white Canadians like into like the perfect R&B like pop singer throughout like the early 2000s and late 90s. But like but that's my point like about like when whoever brought up the Frankster about like the Janet Jackson thing is that like her whole career gone. Look at like any late night talk show host talking to any famous woman, right? Like Britney, Lindsay Lohan. Look at them talking to what's her name? The other one that's like complicit in what's going on with Britney right now. The heiress. What the hell's her name?
I don't know, man.
Ah, fuck. No, not Anna Nicole, but even her, she got treated like dog shit.
We're deep into the pop culture weeds. I'm
like,
out of my depth.
This is what my wife has done to me, but like, I honestly, like, I think that like if you go back and you look at like any kind of like coverage, even from that time, women are still treated like shit. All right, this whole idea that like oh, the 90s were like a great time, or the early aughts were a great time. Paris Hilton, that's it, Hilton. It's all bad. It's always been bad, right? And it's not like, you know, the fucking Me Too movement that, like, you know, pretty much became like about like celebrity status and celebrity, you know, mistreatment. Like, not that it's good or not. The point is that it was originally supposed to be about, like, you know, women hotel workers that were being, like, you know, essayed by, like, you know, customers and clients, and like it was supposed to bring like justice for them, and there's still nothing for them. But whatever, I'm deep in the fucking weeds here.
Yeah.
And yeah, MLK, Malcolm X, you know, both not great when it comes to women.
Yep.
Our wives make us better people, Sam.
There's Dr. King when he was Man of the Year. I think it says 1960. Wait, I can't even read it. I don't know. I'm sorry. That's when he was Man of the Year on Time magazine.
I think it's,
go ahead.
Yeah, 1960, I think.
Maybe that was it. Yeah. So, like Malcolm X, King fostered a deep interest in the potential for global affairs to inform domestic freedom struggles, especially in Africa. And I brought this up a couple times because I just can't help it about him in Ghana with Kwame Nkrumah. And I brought it up because I just can't help it when we started reading this book, but I guess I forgot that there was actually a whole section where they go over this. So I have put it here in its entirety because I think this is just one of my... When I first read this book a couple years ago, this was like one of the most flooring aspects of Dr. King's legacy that was never taught to you whatsoever, is that he was just in Ghana right alongside of a Marxist-Leninist praising his work in the independence of Ghana. So like Malcolm X, King fostered a deep interest in the potential for global affairs to inform domestic freedom struggles, especially in Africa, which he and Coretta visited for the first time in early March. In Ghana, formerly the Gold Coast, King observed the pomp and circumstance of the formal end of British colonialism. He marveled at Ghana's post-independence euphoria, enjoyed a private lunch with Prime Minister Kwame Nkrumah, and chatted about American race relations with then Vice President Richard Nixon. King arrived in Ghana in order to witness the birth of this new nation with my own eyes. Pretty funny there. Do you think that he really intentionally called it the birth of a new nation?
Yeah.
Because you have Birth of a Nation, which one is one of the most notoriously most racist pieces of cinematic propaganda to ever exist in this country. And then when he's talking about Ghana, he writes his speech, and it was the speech that was the intro to our video today, called The Birth of a New Nation.
Well, I mean, what was it, Eisenhower?
Which is a nation that overthrew European colonialism.
What did Eisenhower call that film? Lightning in a Bottle or something, or Lightning on Film, something like that?
Not sure.
What the fuck's it called? Birth of a Nation?
Oh, yeah. Isn't that what it's called? Birth of a Nation? I'm going to keep reading this while you do that. Oh, never mind. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Just Woodrow Wilson, President Woodrow
Wilson. Birth of a Nation,
Washington.
Lightning in a Bottle. And see what comes up.
Yeah, Lightning in a Bottle. Whatever. I mean, like, the point is, why does this thing...
Woodrow Wilson is probably one of the most explicitly imperialist presidents that we've ever had.
Yes, 110%. And it's vile. All right. And I think that he absolutely had that. There's no way a man as cultured as Martin Luther King, right, isn't like making reference to that with a title so similar and evoking, like, you know,
that's not accident.
Yeah,
that would be, if that was a coincidence, it would be absurd.
Yeah,
but I just noticed that, and I felt like it's worth bringing up because it's not mentioned in the text, but I feel like it's worth bringing up that there is this film called Birth of a Nation. It's like one of the most historically recognized pieces of racist propaganda to ever exist in the United States, and to call this the birth of a new nation, and it's a settler colonial state being overthrown by a African population who are led by a Marxist-Leninist. It just seems too coincidental for him to name it.
Yeah, there's no coincidence there, man.
So, the birth of this nation with my own eyes, he found strength in comparing African liberation movements with black freedom struggles back home. King, in contrast to Malcolm, viewed Ghanaian independence with a sense of optimism that made him believe that domestic freedom could be won through a nonviolent revolution. He personally marveled at the fact that Nkrumah dressed in the same cap and clothes he wore while in prison for sedition. Ghana offered King a lesson in the ultimate victory of sacrifice over violence. Shared witness against injustice could marshal triumphs that wars never could. After Ghana, King traveled to London to meet with CLR James, the itinerant Trinidadian Marxist and author of The Black Jacobins, a classic account of the Haitian Revolution. James listened to King's description of the Montgomery struggle with keen interest, writing to friends afterwards that nonviolence represented a technique of revolutionary struggle characteristic of our age. So here we see, him rubbing shoulders with, I believe CLR James is actually a trot, isn't he?
Yeah. And, if you want to know my views on Trotskyism, there's this book by M.J. Olgan, right? Trotskyism, counter-revolutionary, what the hell is it? In disguise. It's pretty good so far. I need to finish it.
I think CLR James still falls into the based category. I have Black Jacobins. I think it's an amazing book. I think it's required reading for Marxists. So I have no reason to be defaming the name of the great CLR James, to my knowledge, at this point.
And that's not at all what I'm trying to do. But also, I mean, like, for a guy that's not Marxist, right? Allegedly, he's rubbing shoulders with a lot of people that, read a lot of Marx.
And we haven't even gotten to Nehru yet.
No.
So let's go to the next one.
King's Ghanaian sojourn confirmed his status as the leader of an internationally recognized social movement. He started receiving letters from African students and Algerian revolutionaries. I wonder if he's talking about, Fanon. He returned to Alabama, preaching a radical message of anti-colonialism, quote, "The birth of a new nation," a speech delivered from the pulpit of Dexter Avenue Baptist Church on the first Sunday in April, positions Ghana's long journey into the community of free nations as a metaphor for the black freedom struggle. King framed a discussion of the travails of African countries since the transatlantic slave trade around the Book of Exodus, which found the prophet Moses leading his people out of bondage. As an appendage to the British Empire, the Gold Coast had experienced, quote, "all of the injustices, all of the exploitation, all of the humiliation of colonial domination." King recounted how political oppression had been unable to diminish the thirst for freedom that remained humanity's birthright, and in Ghana's case, became personified by Nkrumah. A native son educated at historically black Lincoln University, the University of Pennsylvania, and the London School of Economics. Like Malcolm X, King revered Nkrumah as one of history's most remarkable underdogs, a boy of humble origins who grew into an African leader capable of toppling an empire. I mean,
yes,
based forever. Hopefully
based.
He's not shitty with
Yes.
women. I don't know. He might be.
Oh, who? Nkrumah? Probably. I'd be surprised if he wasn't, to be honest. That thing in that time period, it's like the same thing when you go like 100 years prior and you read like Marx or like some other thinker of the 1800s and you're like, oh, they said, you know what I mean? And they use some like inappropriate language, like just obviously uneducated language about like indigenous people or something like that. And it's like, you cringe at it, you critique it, you criticize it, but also you say like, there's only so far that we can apply that level of progressivism as a standard.
Did the standard of living for women rise?
In Ghana, I would say almost certainly from like,
so
I would say almost certainly.
That's like the one thing that like, we can really just like pin to that, like, yeah, he maybe said some shit, maybe even did some shit, maybe it wasn't all great, but I'm sure the standard of living, was raised quite a lot. I mean, but that's the thing about like all Marxist like revolutionary leaders, they're not all Mao talking about like, women hold up the other half of the sky, but like, are you going to say that like, for every single woman, in China after the revolution?
Mao is one of the more recent of the revolutionaries that we may be studying throughout these times. You know what I mean?
True.
What?
I said true.
giving him a little bit more, if Mao was, maybe even 50 years earlier, he might have had a very different sentiment.
Nope. They wouldn't even need to put that, that foot binding meme on the Shen Yun poster. It's just like, that just stayed, man.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is with Nkrumah.
This is like the only, I apologize for the graininess of this photo, but I promise you there's not a better picture on the internet of King and Nkrumah. I've searched for probably over a year now since I first read this book for a better one. This is as good as it gets. If you want to see King and Nkrumah together, this is it. This is as good as you get.
This is like the only photo that exists. And how long was he there?
I don't know. It was literally during the independence ceremony, so I'm sure Nkrumah was quite busy throughout this time. It wasn't just like King visiting there on a random weekend. It was like a monumental celebration of Ghana's independence from British colonialism with the first African president of like a post-colonial nation in Africa. So it was a big deal. King's visit to Ghana and Europe, where he marveled at the resilience of ordinary Africans and paused to consider the vastness of a rapidly crumbling British Empire, found him firmly in the camp of Black internationalism, a political philosophy shared by Malcolm X. Malcolm's thirst for radical Black dignity and King's quest for radical Black citizenship most comfortably met on the world stage. Both men recognized the systemic nature of racial oppression, one that transcended boundaries of nation states to impact what King characterized as world house. Humanity's mutual interconnectedness. King's historical knowledge of Gandhi and Nkrumah and his personal experience in Montgomery, where he survived a litany of death threats and assassination attempts that only increased after the bus boycott, buoyed his faith in the political, philosophical, and strategic use of nonviolence, which he deployed as a shield against oppression both visible and unseen. Malcolm X might have found common ground with much of what King said in Montgomery that Sunday, especially King's visceral love of African people, the stinging indictment of colonialism and imperialism, and his professed belief that the world's Asian African bloc would determine history's future. For Malcolm, however, defending Black lives against racial terror remained a sacred right of citizenship and a necessary tactic for a people still living in bondage almost a century after slavery's formal end. So, little compare and contrast there with him and Malcolm, but what is most important, I would say, is that they both saw the third world as absolutely essential to dismantling the global system of white supremacy, and that both ardent critics of colonialism and imperialism. Definitely not a factor of King's legacy that has brought up his opposition to colonialism and imperialism.
You know what's funny, though? Is that, like, growing up, we don't really learn about, like, what did MLK think of, like, international matters.
No.
In fact, like, even as an adult, like, whenever there's, like, a news story and stuff like that, going over, like, the legacy of, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., it's never even mentioned that, like, he had any thoughts about, like, the outside world. It maybe if they're being ballsy, they'll touch on Vietnam, but definitely nothing about Nkrumah, and definitely nothing about any other kind of international matters.
Vietnam has been somewhat co-opted. The Vietnam protest movement has been co-opted into the range of acceptable dissent within the United States. You can turn on the History Channel and hear about the hippie movement that was opposed to the Vietnam War. That's like a very safe and sanitized version of dissent that you're allowed to support in the United States these days.
Yeah, because now all the boomers need to have something to look back on and be like, we did that.
And it's so interesting that the same type of thing doesn't exist for the Korean War, because the Korean War was fought on pretty much the exact same premise as the Vietnam War, and it was, dare I say, bloodier. I'm not sure. I'm probably comparing, splitting hairs at that point, because these are both just like scorched earth death campaigns. So even they might be all differ by some tens of thousands.
It was an ethnic cleansing. Let's call it for what it is. But Sebs, do they teach anything international in U.S. schools that isn't directly related to the U.S.?
Maybe England, if you consider that international and not just like an Anglo-Saxon arm, of the United, like successor of the United States.
Like, do you mean like social studies? Like, they'll briefly teach us like in social studies about like, the Inca Empire and the Aztecs and the Olmec, or like, they'll teach us about like,
certainly ancient history,
ancient Rome, ancient Greece.
Yes, certainly ancient history. They'll give you a little bit prior to the existence of the United States. But I think I watched Troy in history class once.
There you go. The movie that that's the one where they just completely changed the plot and they made not Alexander, Achilles' lover his like cousin or something, right?
I have no idea. It's been a while since I saw it, but yes.
Yeah. That's the one with Brad Pitt, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in the original story, it is Achilles' lover that puts on his armor and tries to fight a duel in his stead and dies. In that movie, they changed it to his like cousin or something. His like his younger friend. Yeah, Troy with Brad Pitt playing Achilles. Remember, it's got like the thing where he like jumps up and he like stabs the dude with like the little sword and shit.
Is Joaquin Phoenix in that movie?
No, you're thinking of Gladiator with Maximus.
Is Orlando Bloom in that movie?
What?
Is Orlando Bloom in that movie?
Yes, he plays. Yeah.
I think I get Orlando Bloom and Joaquin Phoenix mixed up a little bit.
He plays what's his name? Like Paris or something like that. I was actually taught
ancient history in English. Is that common in Peru?
And by English, do you mean like literature type stuff?
This is ancient history, England.
Oh, you went to a private school. So
okay,
I see. Sebs is admitting that they're bougie and they went to a bougie private school. I went to public school, man. I got my fucking degree from fucking like 2-year university. That I spent like
a public high school in New Jersey, which is a sometimes dangerous affair.
And like I spent 10 years at that 2-year university getting the same degree. I literally talk about this all the time. There's a variety of private schools here. It's completely different from the U.S. Ah, sure, okay, right. Yeah,
I totally get it. Johnny said it, not me.
Yeah,
Please don't stop helping us. Please, we need you.
I retract my statement. Whatever.
Strike it from the record.
It's been striketh.
Okay. So the SCLC's national agenda included registering millions of black voters across the South and forming a national clearinghouse to provide direction, attention, and resources to local movements in Montgomery's aftermath. King's most visible effort in returning from Ghana revolved around the prayer pilgrimage for freedom at the Lincoln Memorial, which was an effort to shame and cajole the nation toward racial progress on the 3rd anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education. Planning for the event brought King further into the orbit of NAACP executive Roy Wilkins, a key ally during the bus boycott, but a rival for claims of national leadership. Privately, Wilkins remained convinced that the NAACP's Legal Defense Fund offered the best avenue to end racial segregation, yet he recognized the power of the burgeoning social movement flourishing alongside King. A. Philip Randolph, the ex-socialist turned labor leader who adopted Ruston as an organizer after his own heart, viewed the event as a continuation of his 1941 March on Washington movement, a signature effort of the Double V campaigns to end racism at home and fascism abroad. That pressured President Roosevelt into signing an executive order desegregating the military under the threat of thousands of black men descending upon the nation's capital.
I kind of wish he went a little bit further into in what way would he use the NAACP Legal Defense Fund to end racial segregation.
You know
what I mean? Like it's kind of
it's saying privately, Wilkins remained convinced that the NAACP's Legal Defense Fund offered the best avenue. Yet he recognized. So like, does that mean he used it, or did he just view that off?
What is that fucking exactly? What the fuck does that mean?
Just a belief that he had, I suppose. I don't know.
It's a belief in that it just did. Like we're gonna use this fund and we're gonna end racial segregation.
You need funds, man.
I mean, true. He does it does touch on the fact that like with any of these organizations and even today, right? Like let's say we're gonna discuss like, you know, unionization efforts or any other kind of like movement, any other kind of like party, any other kind of organization. At the end of the day, these things require logistics. These things require an amount of capital in order to be able to do the things you wish to accomplish. You know, and that's why a lot of people, especially like in, you know, socialist organizations in America, they get burnt out. You only have so many people that have the kind of free time that are capable of doing the things necessary to keep an organization moving and running, unless you're able to pay them like a wage.
Yeah, and like Vlad says, I think that means like when a local judge rules against you, you need money for an appeal to a higher
Right.
court, attorneys, just all of that. Buying political power, probably. Michael Hassler, yes, also that.
I mean, yeah, like that's possible, but I just like you both have, you know, eloquently stated. I just kind of wish there was a little bit more of that. And like, in what way does he mean using that defense fund? Like through like, you know, the Supreme Court?
Well, he's talking about Roy Wilkins, who was kind of like a side character.
Through lobbying?
This is the belief of Roy Wilkins, who's kind of like a side character in this. So it's probably kind of like they don't go into his beliefs in detail. Just kind of mentioned it, I suppose.
I guess. Yeah, you're right. I could probably do more deep reading on this or find a video on it.
Yeah, probably.
God,
this is the prayer pilgrimage for freedom at the Lincoln Memorial. This is Dr. King addressing the crowd. Couldn't find a video of it for some reason.
Aspects of the pilgrimage seemed like a dress rehearsal for the 1963 March on Washington, with entertainment featuring prominent cultural supporters of the movement such as singer Mahalia Jackson and entertainer and King confidant Harry Belafonte. King addressed the rally last, speaking to the biggest audience of his life. The movement was a generational passing of the torch from A. Philip Randolph to the young King as the movement's crown prince. King's speech, Give Us the Ballot, which is what I was trying to play before we had all the technical difficulties and you didn't really get a chance to hear everything about it. Or no, yeah, I think it was it was the other one about Ghana. Never mind. Called for voting rights legislation as a means of promoting black citizenship, judging Democrats and Republicans alike as having betrayed the cause of justice. King described the president as silent and apathetic in the face of racial terror, and Congress as stagnant and hypocritical amid escalating national crises. The black movement required sole force to combat segregationist violence. Parts of the speech warned against rumblings of black supremacy and bitterness against racial oppression. Anticipating King's public response to the Nation of Islam and Malcolm X's national rise, but still, shades of King's talk veered toward the militant, especially when he characterized the U.S. Congress as hypocritical, perhaps Malcolm X's favorite description of American democracy. In contrast to Malcolm's words of fire attacking white supremacy, though King gently criticized white liberals as so bent on seeing all sides, they failed to commit to anything. And tell me that isn't still fucking going on to the nth goddamn degree.
It is. And the reason I really wanted to put this in here is because it adds another layer of depth to King's political philosophy, where we have him saying that Democrats and Republicans alike are betraying the cause of justice. The American justice system is hypocritical. The liberals are too bent on seeing all sides, you know, this whole all sidism.
But both sides.
Both sides thing is, you know, making you just completely impotent and you can't commit to anything. I think it really adds a level of radicalism that even though like maybe he wasn't, you know, he was a proponent of nonviolence, you know, violence and radicalism are not synonymous terms. But, you know, this is certainly a more radical bend than what is generally attributed to Dr. King's political philosophy.
60 fucking years and nothing has
That
changed.
That little emote in both sides.
Is that Marcus? Yeah, yeah. Fucking, we gotta have Marcus on at some point. Maybe
Marcus
from Left Flank Vet.
Yeah, are they in the chat right now?
I don't think so, but like that's
Oh.
his emote, the both sides
Oh,
one.
okay. Yeah, it says left. Yeah.
Fucking like
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I would love that.
because it's
Both
like it's just
sides.
it's incredible, right? That we have reached like such a point where it's like it actually is what's the word? It prevents progress. It literally acts against the best interest of like, you know, the alleged wants and desires of the Democratic Party, right? You know, like to have all sides, you know, to work together, bipartisan unity, all this other fucking dog shit.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's move to the next one here. Oh, you're already there. Look at you. This is me, right? You just read that last one?
Yeah.
Okay. The passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1957 in September. Oh, I love this part because it really gives a okay, maybe not. Hold on. Let me see. Let me read it first. The passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1957 in September was anticlimactic, falling far short of ending Jim Crow in public accommodations. The legislation created a Civil Rights Commission and granted the Justice Department the ability to file lawsuits against discriminatory voting registrars in the South, but it lacked broad enforcement powers and robust support from the president. The nation's first civil rights legislation since 1875, the new law provided hope for better days to come and burnished the reputation of the Senate Majority Leader Lyndon Johnson, a Texan with presidential ambitions who found enough common ground with liberals and conservatives to craft what one newspaper characterized as a masterpiece. Civil rights activists interpreted the law as merely an encouraging first step. As summer turned to fall, King publicly confronted American democracy's racial demons, which gripped the nation during a crisis at the Little Rock Central High School. Arkansas Governor Orval Fabus' decision to use, I don't think there should be a second S on that. I think it should just be Orval Fabus with an apostrophe afterward. Decision to use the National Guard to prevent the enrollment of 9 black students at the high school triggered a slow motion crisis that produced some of the iconic images of the era, complete with angry mobs of white men, women, children, and teenagers screaming in unrepentant anger at the stoically dignified black faces attempting to reverse a century of racial apartheid. President Eisenhower spent 3 weeks negotiating a failed compromise before ordering the Army's 101st Airborne Division to restore order and peace to Little Rock. Fantastic images of American soldiers escorting 9 black students into the previously segregated school instantly became the stuff of legend, offering the movement its modern parallel to the Reconstruction era, the last time federal troops occupied the South.
Which, by the way, the Supreme Court didn't have, or even the president, I think, it didn't even actually have the what's the word, the they didn't have like the legal like precedent to be doing that, and yet they did.
There was a speech that we watched of Malcolm X last time, and he was saying that it's been 1% per year, like this segregation since the Civil Rights or since Brown versus the Board of Education was passed. Only the rate of integration was like at like 1% per year. It was like a molasses trickle of integration because there was no real way that it could be enforced. Just because they signed the piece of paper, nothing was actually happening.
Well, I mean, that's what the hell is it? New York is like more segregated than fucking parts of the deep South.
Right. So I actually have a go to the next one. I actually have a little video on this Little Rock situation, which is actually pretty compelling.
From the History Channel, no less. All right. Just need to give it a second.
Give it a dang old second.
Here we go.
An event that forever altered the course of race relations in America. As our image reveals itself, The 1957 school year is about to begin, and an angry mob is trying to stop 9 black students from entering Central High in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Imagine being like, "Oh, there's Graham. There's
Imagine
Grandma."
being that unhinged.
What?
And look at the person that's walking in there too. It looks like the nicest, like most reserved kid with glasses on. Like imagine being like that unhinged over that person walking into a building.
Yeah.
Just absolutely beside themselves. Like, no. No.
Yeah. Oh, you experienced white flight in real time, Michael? Yeah, no, it's a real thing. It still goes on today. But yeah, I can't, like, imagine just like every time you see this photo, you have to just kind of like just be like, there she is. There's Grandma.
Yeah, exactly. There she is.
Fuck.
She was a real sweet lady, other than the virulent racism that she expressed to the day she died.
She always gave me good Christmas presents.
Aunt Sylvia. Go ahead.
Entering Central High in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Be right back. I gotta get water.
All right.
The question I usually get asked is, were we scared? I think initially we didn't anticipate clearly all of the violence and turmoil that occurred. The first day that we attempted to go to school, 8 of us were at one part of the school and Elizabeth Eckford was at another part. And it was the mob that followed Elizabeth. Then you begin to feel that this was a very hostile, violent group of people. Even at that point, I told myself that if we didn't go through with it, didn't attend Central and backed out, it would just reinforce the view that the African American community in Little Rock wasn't interested in making a change in things.
During the 1950s, African Americans throughout the country were trying to make their voices heard.
We, the Negro citizens of Montgomery, Alabama, do now and will continue to carry on our mass protest.
The driver demanded that I give this seat up to a white man. I didn't feel that I was being treated as a human being. I refused to give up this seat. I said no.
Little Rock was a year after the Montgomery bus boycott. So we had seen the impact of Rosa Parks and the beginning of Dr. King's career, and knew that things could change.
All in favor, let it be known by standing on your feet.
The first step for the Little Rock Nine came in May 1954, when the U.S. Supreme Court issued its opinion in the landmark case, Brown versus the Topeka, Kansas Board of Education. Separate but equal was inherently unequal, and integration was now the law of the land. In 1957, this decision and the power of the federal government were tested in Little Rock, Arkansas.
We didn't, at the moment we were selected, have any idea it was going to be as difficult as it turned out to be.
In the face of protests at Central High School, the governor of Arkansas, Orville Faubus, calls out the National Guard. His official reasoning is to preserve the peace and prevent violence.
It clearly wasn't to protect us. It was to make a symbolic stand. It was to protect the way of life in the South, because they barred our entrance.
Hoping to throw open these school doors, President Dwight Eisenhower does the unprecedented. He calls in the 101st Airborne Division of the U.S. Army.
I think President Eisenhower wanted to show that the federal government was supreme in this. And they could have done what they needed to do with 100 troops. But 1,000 paratroopers was really meant to send a message.
Under the guard of the U.S. Army, the students are finally able to do something seemingly very simple: go to school. But it would not be easy for Ernest Green or his 8 fellow black students.
School was like going to war every day. The walks from class to class were where, you had a lot of harassment, a lot of physical violence.
But Ernest Green persevered, becoming the first black graduate of Central High School with the class of 1958. Green would eventually go on to a successful banking career and government service in the Carter administration. But in 1958, integration was not complete in Little Rock. The following year, Governor Faubus closed all public schools in Arkansas instead of complying with desegregation. Schools in Arkansas would not be fully integrated until 1972. Yet, the world would always remember these 9 students, who, by claiming their place in the classroom, were claiming their place in history.
Attending Central was special in the sense that it was part of history. It was part of a change. This was reverberating all over the country, all over the world.
Ernest Green wasn't the only member of the Little Rock Nine to make a name for himself. What happened to the rest? Well, one's a magazine publisher, another a social worker. There's also a teacher, a realtor, 2 writers, an accountant, and a clinical psychologist. Seems they did pretty well, all things being equal. For the History Channel, I'm Mike Rowe.
Mike Rowe is a huge piece of shit, by the way. He's like...
Is that the same dude from Dirty Jobs?
Yes, it is, man. I guess
He's
this is...
on the History Channel doing, like, suit and tie work?
Yeah, man. Well, I mean, like, it's all owned by the same shit, isn't it? Like, Discovery and History Channel.
Yeah, but he's supposed to be, like, this working man.
Well, this is before that gig, I guess, He's actually, like, what the hell is it? Like, an opera singer or something, or some kind of, like, thespian. But I know he's, like, virulently anti-union, and he's, like, a huge conservative. This is yesterday's Republican response to the State of the Union. Sarah Huckabee Sanders actually talked about how progress was made with Little Rock High when Clinton and her dad, the governor at the time, brought in black students. Her point being racism is over. No, it's obviously very much not. That is not the case at all.
Exactly, yeah.
I forget what the hell I was gonna say, but yeah, I hate Mike Rowe so much.
The 1972 thing is what really got me, and that just lends itself to the idea of like how these things have lasting things. Like, there's no one bill that was just like, oh, Brown versus the Board of Education.
Now I remember
1955 or whichever 54. We're done there. Now we're looking at almost 20 years later. They're still like shutting down schools and like, we won't do it type of thing. And it's like, it's just so shallow to see it as just like, all right, we signed to the bill, that's it.
Also, I think like the idea that like, oh, all those kids that graduated, those 9 kids that graduated from that school, they all turned out to like, be something in like, business or whatever, or do some kind of like common public good, as if like, yeah, no, man, I'm just like a waste management guy, I'm very grateful for my high school education, got me a good job, good union, good pay, like it's always got to be like some fucking prestigious bullshit where it's just like, man, like there's plenty of other jobs that like aren't magazine editors or some other bullshit that's just like, we need people to do those jobs in order to make society fucking function.
They're more prestigious than bankers. And more prestigious than anyone that worked in the Jimmy Carter political team.
It's like, yeah, I helped cover up what was going on in East Timor or like the Philippines under Jimmy Carter. Fucking like, I hate him. King also took a month-long tour of India in early 1959, and the trip moved him closer to becoming the kind of leader Baker longed for. Baker, who are we referring to?
No, that was Baker. That was actually the woman. That was like his like competing political opponent in some of the things. Sorry, I couldn't take every paragraph.
What is it? Anita Baker. What the hell is it?
Yeah, her name. First name starts with an E. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Ella Baker. Fucking.
Maybe. I'm sorry. I apologize for not.
Yeah,
I can't take
Ella
every
Baker.
paragraph, and there's some things that like I just kind of have to. Like all that Ella Baker stuff, I just didn't think that was
so let's
as
just-
relevant to the overall story that I just.
Let's just, before I finish that, let's just give her a little bit of context. So Ella Josephine Baker was an American civil rights and human rights activist. She was largely behind the scenes organizer. Again, she was kind of like moved to the sidelines. It's not right. In New York City and the South, she worked alongside some of the most noted civil rights leaders of the 20th century, including W.E.B. Du Bois, Thurgood Marshall, and A. Philip Randolph, and Martin Luther King Jr. She also mentored many emerging activists such as Diane Nash, American civil rights strategist of the student wing of the civil rights movement, Stokely Carmichael, holy shit, Bob Moses, right? And as leaders of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, Baker criticized professionalized, charismatic leadership. She promoted grassroots organizing, radical democracy, and the ability of the oppressed to understand their worlds and advocate for themselves. Which, if you've ever listened to a single Kwame Ture or Stokely Carmichael video, you know exactly what the fuck is up. She realized this vision was most fully in the 1960s as the primary advisor and strategist of the SNCC. Biographer Barbara Ransby calls Baker one of the most important American leaders of the 20th century and perhaps the most influential woman of the civil rights movement. She is known for her critiques of both racism and American culture and sexism in the civil rights movement, which is, that's definitely something that, like, maybe we should have read her book, but whatever. We're already into this.
Yeah.
NAACP, Civil Rights Movement, Final Efforts, Arthur Kinoy, Mass Party Organizing. What? She traveled the country and supported Free Angela campaign, demanding the release of activist writer Angela Davis, who was imprisoned and kidnapping Mary. Davis was eventually acquitted. Baker also supported Puerto Rican independence movement. God damn! And spoke against apartheid in South Africa. She allied with a number of women's groups, including the Third World Women's Alliance and the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom. She remained an activist until her death on December 13th, 1986, her 83rd birthday. Yeah, she sounds fucking cool as fuck.
According to Mamiya Abu-Jabal, Baker advocated a more collectivist model of leadership over the prevailing messianic style of the period.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh, shit. Are we going too long, Michael? Fucking this is
I didn't know you could do that.
This is actually one of our shorter streams so far. Other SLC members were supported the differences in opinion.
Yeah, we're almost done. We're actually almost done.
Yeah, we're probably not going to go much longer. When she gave a speech urging activists to take control of the movement themselves rather than rely on a leader, the heavy feet of clay was widely interpreted as a denunciation of King. Power to the people. If members have worked together, she believed that group's force could make significant changes. Yeah, she sounds fucking based as fuck.
Yeah.
We should try and get like a copy of this, and at some point this month, maybe try and play that in the Discord.
All
right. So, anyways, back to the slide.
Slides.
Bayard Rustin, arranged for meetings with key associates of Gandhi and King, returned to America with amplified respect for the suffering of local justice movements. After leaving India, he visited the Middle East, where he toured Lebanon and Jerusalem. Brief stops in... So, that still would have been Palestine.
What was that?
Jerusalem would have... So, MLK has been to Palestine. Brief stops in London and Paris during the trip gave King the opportunity to meet with Richard Wright, the radical black novelist and expatriate whose literary masterpiece, Native Son, inspired generations of radical African-American writers and activists. Over dinner, King and Wright developed familial rapport. King marveled at the writer's abilities as a raconteur, which sparked a warm friendship that would be cut short by Wright's premature death the next year. 4 days after the meeting, King dined with Jawaharlal. I fucking always fuck this up. Jawaharlal Nehru. Fuck. India's first prime minister and a dashing international hero of anti-colonialism. Over 4 hours, they discussed Nehru's practical efforts to eliminate poverty and caste discrimination, something Gandhi didn't do, and his role as head of state in a world buffeted by violence. Having never been invited to dinner at the White House, Nehru honored King as a visiting head of state. Locals followed suit in their embrace, especially India's marginalized class of untouchables, the Dalit that we've talked about on previous episodes, who greeted King as a brother in the South Indian state of Kerala.
Yes. So, and, when they say, his practical efforts to eliminate poverty and caste discrimination, they do leave out that he was a self-identified Marxist. So, worth mentioning, especially when you're talking about eliminating poverty and things like that. You'd think that might be important to mention.
So, wait, did Nehru identified as a Marxist?
Yeah.
I always thought there was like something up in the air about like if he identified as like a Marxist or something for some reason.
So I'll just pull up his wiki real quick.
Fucking, can I copy it? No, damn it.
Oh, did you pull it up? Okay.
Damn it.
However, from that time on, the benchmark of his economic view remained Marxist, adapted where necessary to Indian circumstances.
Okay.
If you go down to electoral politics, Europe, and economics in 1936, 1938, that's where they mention it.
Okay. Childhood, Britain and India. What the fuck is that? What the
wig?
I've shown you like photos of what is purported my like great grandfather, right?
Yeah. Yes, you have.
Look at that mustache, bro. Non-cooperation. Oh, there he is. That fucking a-hole.
Apparently, other people called him a Soviet addict. He suffered from a Soviet addiction.
That's awesome.
Jawaharlal Nehru and how his love for Marxism affected India.
So when you went to Kerala, did they have any kind of like monument to MLK or anything, or like this is where MLK went to eat with fucking no? All right, never mind.
Not that I saw. No.
All right. So back to
I think that despite his maybe self-identification or his like his own like kind of like appreciation of Marxism, I think he falls in terms of practically into more the category of a Nasser.
Okay. Yeah, because I know that like Nasser, he like, I don't know if he ever identified as like a Marxist, but he was definitely extremely sympathetic to it and was way more of like the like, Arab socialism. Like
right.
He was way
he
more
also
heavy
repressed
on the
the
Arab
Communist
part.
Party. But he also repressed the Communist Party in Egypt.
Yes. But he also
So there's a lot of bad things to say. There's a lot of, for me, Nehru and Nasser are both people who I still place like firmly in like a based category, but there's a lot to criticize them about. Like it's one of those things where there's extremely idealistic people that get into power.
Yeah.
And then their idealism is tempered by like the real politic of their situation. And there's certain concessions that they make. And sometimes those concessions are very, very damning.
Right. Well, I mean, like, it's kind of like trying to think like what's an appropriate way to put this that won't completely upset chat. But for now, I'll just leave it at there's a lot to be desired, right? In hindsight, you know what I mean?
Sure. All right, let's go to the next one. Okay. King's sojourn to India found him basking, like Malcolm X, in the burgeoning political strength of the Third World. King encountered India as both a faith leader and political mobilizer. The American Gandhi praised Mahatma in speeches and books for facilitating a practical strategy to institutionalize a vision of the beloved community based on Christian teachings of love, peace, and self-sacrifice. Politically, King took full advantage of his third world moment of characterizing himself as a pilgrim coming to pay homage to a nation liberated from the colonial oppression against seemingly insurmountable odds. Before Malcolm X stepped foot in Africa, King proudly claimed the Third World as an integral part of worldwide social justice movement. King narrated my trip in the July issue of Ebony magazine, the popular monthly enjoyed by the black middle class. My trip to the land of Gandhi. Announced King as a global figure whose connection with the nonviolent movement's most sacred historical figure went beyond soaring rhetoric. Now he had been in Gandhi's homeland. King compared India's caste system to the American Jim Crow. He claimed India enjoyed more racial progress than the United States and contrasted Nehru's public opposition to discrimination with the lack of moral courage by America's political leaders. So yeah, just further cementing this third worldism that was embraced by King, brought up more for Malcolm and not as much with King, but I think is relevant. Yeah, what's up, Red Falcon?
What's up, Red Falcon? Good to see you.
I think the next one is a picture of them together.
Oh yeah, and there's his wife.
Coretta, Dr. King, and Jawaharlal Nehru.
I am never going to be able to pronounce his name right.
It's so hard to say.
They
have a university of that in New Delhi. It's like the Nehru College, where a lot of the people that I met had attended.
King's taste of the world further refined his civil rights activism and expanded his empathy for the poverty-stricken masses, whom he now personalized through his trip to India. Travel abroad introduced him to the ways in which problems of race, poverty, and violence flourished around the world, echoing the civil rights conflict at home. The world stage bolstered King's personal conviction that a movement for achieving black citizenship could reshape not only American democracy, but human rights struggles that span the globe. He returned to America's domestic civil rights front more aware than ever of the movement's international dimensions. I'm not a fake Indian. I didn't grow up with like any kind of like, dude, if I could speak fucking Hindi, you think that I wouldn't be fucking taking advantage of that? Like, you think that like, you know, if I had like any kind of like, you know, Indian culture, I wouldn't be like totally embracing the living fuck out of that? I'd be such a tryhard, dude.
I want to be not white so bad.
Dressing up in like them fucking like Nehru coats and shit. Like that shit does look sick though. But like, nah, bro. Like I didn't grow up with like any kind of like Indian culture or language, you know, in my home. And like, you know, colonialism, it's a trip, man. You know? Yeah.
Never had any family members that spoke Gaelic.
I mean, like, you know, as far as like Irish Americans count, like, do the Irish even still claim you people?
Still what?
I mean,
still what?
I said, as far as Irish Americans are concerned, do the Irish even still claim you people?
I don't think so. I met an Irish dude in Cuba when I was traveling in Cuba, and I was like, me and this guy have nothing alike. There's nothing that like makes me and this dude like I almost felt embarrassed when I like told him my name was Patrick, and I was gonna be like, I'm Irish.
Don't say your last name. You
like,
almost
at the
did.
Just talking to him, I was like, I'm not Irish. No, I didn't know how to say it.
Fucking like, For everybody that doesn't know,
I
Pat,
believe the Irishes refer to Irish Americans as plastic patties,
which is like an amazing Facebook group.
Yeah, and it's probably funny for them too because like the Irish people in America are so like actually like adhere to this idea of like Irish Americanism, like which really means nothing other than like you're white and not Italian or something like that. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like it's very vague what it actually means. I guess it just means that you're an alcoholic.
Pretty much, it's just like
There's
it's like
almost no like lineage to adhere to other than it's like you drink or something like that. I don't like
Irish Americans. It's like I'm an alcoholic. I'm loud and fucking like I don't know. I eat shitty food, right?
Yeah. And as an Irishman, like I've never been that psyched on corned beef and cabbage or any of that stuff.
Bro,
that's
I am.
never really been like something that I really love.
I
Really?
am. Yeah. Give me some like salty boiled meat with potatoes and purple
You
cabbage.
said it was shitty.
And, like,
You're the one that said it was shitty food.
yeah, no, I love it. Look, dude, fucking fast food is shitty food. I still eat that shit. I still think it's it fucking.
I've never like people about like because I've done like a good amount. Fuck off. I've done a good amount of traveling. You know what I mean? And people are like, "Oh, don't you want to go to Ireland?" And I'm like,
hell yeah.
Nah, not really.
What?
Like, Ireland and England are very low on my like where I want to go.
You're so incredibly wrong for this. Like now, like we absolutely have to go to Ireland.
You know what I really need to do? I haven't all this reading that I do. I haven't read anything really about the IRA or like any of.
No
like,
one ever does. They only know the memes. All right.
No one ever does.
No one ever does. They know the memes and they know like the 90s movies with Harrison Ford and that's it. All right? But what the fuck is it?
Oh my god, I love The Irishman. It's the best 3.5 hour movie I've ever watched.
I got Irish rads.
Yeah.
You want connected? Oh hell yeah, bro. Like
Yeah, dude,
fucking I'd love
absolutely.
that. I want, but like, there's so much about like Irish history and the history of the IRA. It's just like, what period would they go over? It would have to be like more than one Friday where they talk at us about like the history of Irish republicanism.
I will say that I do, and like I would obviously never go as far as to be like, oh, you know what I mean? Irish people are just as oppressed as anybody else, you know what I mean, or anything like that, because I don't believe that whatsoever. But I do take some degree of pride in knowing that like my stock comes from a European nation that was not a colonizer.
Yeah, you were like the prototype.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you were the prototype for
But then again,
colonization.
even though I'm Irish, my genetic stock is probably just English.
Probably.
I don't know.
Who knows? Dude,
know
have
what
you
I
ever
mean?
taken 23andMe? You ever feel like giving your DNA to the government?
Yeah, my mom did it once, and my mom, it was just like a smattering of all things white in Europe. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that I have like 100% Irish genetics, but it's like, everything from like Irish to English to Scottish to Welsh, and then like even like a smattering of Nordic, or like Scandinavian as well was in there. Like,
Hell
like
yeah,
a lot of people get their 23andMe done, and they're like, oh, I'm like 5% black or 5%. I had none of that. Like it's just unadulterated whiteness from different parts of Western Europe.
So like, but before we move on, Chucky our law, right? I do not see the return, of Northern Ireland to its rightful people as what the hell is it? Northern Ireland leaving the UK. I see it as a return. All right, I do see Wales pulling the fuck out first, right, and Scotland pulling out thereafter, because it's gonna happen in that fucking order. Just watch, right? I do see that as people leaving the UK. Not that,
Also,
what?
I do appreciate the quote from Che Guevara's father, who says, "The blood of Irish rebels flowed through my son's veins."
Hell yeah.
Because
hell yeah.
For those of you that don't know, Che Guevara was Irish, an Irish man.
Yeah.
Well, Argentinian in
yeah,
in ethnic sense, but
so what the hell? They're gonna have to teach Northern Ireland their pullout game.
Irish laddie ? Yeah, Ernesto Guevara Lynch Lynch is the last name. Irish laddie. We don't recognize the us in us Irish Americans.
So
denounce Irish laddie.
There's one last thing before we got all sidetracked on Ireland, and it's just like the kind of the identities of people, right, that are now white, right, you know, in America, like the Irish, like, you know, the Italians, like the Germans, right, has been reduced to just like, you know, aesthetics around like food, alcohol, and like being an asshole or something. Like I there's nothing else that like is actually like culturally relevant to like, you know, people. You heard what I said. I've married enough of them. I can pronounce it however the fuck I want.
Just being really, it's a culture rooted on being just a little bit more garbage than English or French people.
So, oh, you did a whole semester in Ireland, Matt? I was just wondering. So back and I didn't leave. Yeah, I swear to God, if I go to Ireland and if we're there longer than like, you know, a week, I'm going to start talking with the fucking accent. I can't fucking stop. Right? It's a problem, right? And like I'm gonna need to like, you know, basically like I'm gonna need to like clear my head for like a week after we come back from India to like
what are those things called where you're silent? You're like it's like a vow of silence. Like what is that? Like a mute? I forget what it's called.
Potato. I have this thing where if I hear
constantly surprising me on electable airwaves with the depth of your background.
Well, I mean, like, you know, one of these days when like we don't have to worry about like maintaining like a sane sleep schedule, maybe one day we could do like an all-night stream with Matt. Or if Matt wants to invite us on, because I mean clearly he has the platform with like the most amount of people.
One of these days when I'm successful enough to quit my job and I can stay up all night, I will gladly do it.
Fucking Matt streams from like fucking what is it, like 1 or 2 a.m. EST to like, you know, you were on this morning at like 8, I think 8 or 9 or like 7:30, something like that. But yeah, like wild hours. So shout out to Unelectable Airwave, which I'm trying to do right now really poorly. That's not it. But yeah, if you ask like, you know, a fucking what the hell is it, like an Irish American person about like, you know, Irish politics contemporary today, or even an Italian person, an Italian American about Italian politics.
Who's that one dude? The YouTube guy? He's a Irish dude.
Like fuck.
Paul?
Yeah. Marxist Paul or whatever. He's like an anti-China guy now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. He thinks.
I mean, sometimes people are going to be that, you know.
It's whatever. I don't really give a shit. But, you know, he had some pretty good, like, you know.
It's like, and I got to say, not to get off on a whole nother tangent, but like, you know, I don't have like I read a lot of stuff, and like, you know, one of those books I got was one of those Mobo Gao books. It's called The Battle for China's Past.
Yeah.
So like, you know what I mean? Like, it's interesting to like read both perspectives, but not both perspectives from like a Western critical view. You know what I mean? Like, like a critical view from within China that is less about just like destroying all of China's legacy and more of like a critical view from like a Maoist standpoint. That's like more about rehabilitating Mao than it is about denigrating the entire history of Chinese socialism.
Right.
Like, I think that's like an interesting critical perspective to read from.
Right. But again, like, I still want to check out that book on Chinese economics from like, you know, the revolution till 2011.
Sure. There's also a book called How China Escaped Shock Therapy.
Yeah.
I haven't read. It's in my list. And I feel like it would be super interesting for one time, maybe in the future, to read both of those. To read How China Escaped Shock Therapy and Battle for China's Past. To kind of like see like, well, this is a perspective of why it was necessary to transition, and this is someone who's more critical about the transition. Both of which come from a I think like a sympathetic view of the Chinese Socialist Project, but just from differing opinions.
So if they're of similar page lengths, Pat, you remember how I was bringing up that idea of doing the dueling
them kind of.
Yeah, no, I think that would be fucking cool.
Maybe we'll do that after Washington Bullets. I don't know.
March. Yeah, we do that like in April, maybe? April or May?
Just missed Chinese New Year.
All right.
Sebs, do you have the How China Escaped Shock Therapy on there too?
It's not a debate stream. It'll be a dueling book stream. We're not debating.
The concepts will be debating, but we will be merely vessels for the content of the books, and then anybody else will compare and contrast it, but then like anybody else can just kind of use that information as they will. Yo, dog, we heard you like reading books, so we're gonna read a book while we read a book, so you can read with us while you read with us. Not a debate, a duel.
Exactly, it's a duel. It's not a debate. That's why I think that dude, we're gonna be trailblazers, all right? Fucking every leftist like fucking bullshit is gonna like jack that fucking idea till it's fucking dry. I promise. We're gonna be the first. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be wonderful, you guys. It's gonna blow your minds. You'll never have seen anything like it. Yes, 2 books enter, 1 book leaves. So, fucking. Did we even read this slide? I've completely forgotten. I've lost all track.
You read it. We're done. That's the last slide.
That's it?
Yep.
Oh damn. All right. That was perfect. Holy shit. So yeah, that's that on the introductory chapter on both Malcolm X and MLK. No, you did great, man. Perfect timing. Pistol duels, but with
Red
books.
Falcon. Sometimes we get, just so you know, when everybody comes in, people say this all the time, like, "Oh, I'm sorry we derailed you." Like sometimes we get real monotonous with reading each of these slides, and it's nice to just kind of get spiced up by like some ulterior organic conversation, because sometimes like I sit here and I'm like, damn, am I just droning on with slide after slide? And like we'd like to make sure that we stay rooted in the book, but also we're out here for like 4 fucking hours. We can take little breaks and side tangents.
Yeah, please. Like,
so we support that. Sometimes it's a necessary break that we need.
Yeah, because again, this is more like a book club than it is like a podcast or like anything else, right? And sometimes we invite guests to come into our book club and tell us about topics that hopefully influence us on like what we'll read later on down the line, right? But like a book club, right? We're just facilitating this, and like the chat makes it so much easier so that like, unlike a real life book club, everyone's not like fucking clamoring over one another, like, to interrupt one another to say this or that. And like, this just makes it that much like better in my opinion. I just read a draft to someone like a day or so ago, and that's how I felt after 40 pages.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the idea. So the next chapter is called The World Stage. And I believe that this is about Malcolm X ascending to the world stage, and like how I haven't read it in a while. It's kind of a long one. This is like a 50-page chapter. So we got to get our readings in and organize that in a way that'll be manageable. But yeah,
I think that what we're
a lot of ideas for the future.
We're gonna learn about Malcolm making friends with the House of Saud, possibly.
Probably.
Malcolm Mondays, let's go.
There will be Malcolm Monday.
Did it have anything about his background prior to the nations? Actually, it did. It went over like his entire upbringing, his childhood, his dad. Not a whole lot about his mom. I kind of wish that they went.
She was institutionalized. That's really about it.
It.
But Red Falcon. On Monday, if you want to check like our VODs for the Radical Citizenship of Malcolm X, we covered the whole chapter that really went over his background. It's pretty much like 3 hours or so of us going over like all the early Malcolm stuff to like mid range Malcolm.
We went over his friendship with Red Fox, and I showed the Red Fox. What was it, Colt 45, or was it
commercial? Yeah.
Yeah. And how like I can't imagine like buying weed off of like Malcolm X and Red Fox.
Probably getting ripped off.
Yeah,
Like
definitely.
Me as a white guy walking out to Harlem to like buy weed at the jazz club or something. And Malcolm X and then I'm just a mark. I'm just a mark to the team effort of Malcolm X and Red Fox.
Hey Detroit, it's that white boy. Get the stepped on shit.
Exactly. Yeah. That's like a skit right there. Just like two like prolific figures in their respected communities, just like hustling you.
Hey fellas, heard you guys got that jazz cigarettes.
Marijuana? You got reefers?
You got that reefer? Oh my god. So yeah, I think that like the only thing that I think we really need to do that isn't related to me uploading the old videos to the YouTube channel, as far as like going forward, I need to find some like good like what the hell is it, like DCMA free or content, or you know, like music to play in the background. His friendship with Ellsworth Bumpy Johnson, his criminal history before he reformed when he joined the nation. They didn't really talk too much about Ellsworth Bumpy Johnson.
No,
DMC,
I didn't hear anything about that in there, but certainly, you know, it goes into his sordid criminal past and his imprisonment and, you know, the burglaries, I don't know if I would call it pimping, but they refer to it as directing prostitutes to potential candidates or something is how they say it. Selling some drugs, stealing, hustling. He got arrested with the pistol and trying to sell a stolen watch and things like that. So yeah, it goes into that a little bit.
He also does in the book. The author does state that a lot of like not a lot, but some parts of his autobiography are a little bit you know, revisionist, so to speak. All right, just for Falcon, pulling up. What's his name? Elmsworth. Bumpy Johnson. Neighborhood. Charleston. His 10-year-old brother Willie was accused of killing a white man, afraid of possible lynch mob. His parents mortgaged their tiny home to raise money.
This guy in American Gangster was Bumpy Johnson one of the people that was in the movie American Gangster, one of the figures depicted?
I don't think he was like the guy, because this dude died in 1968.
No, I'm not saying he was Frank Lucas or whatever, but I like one of the people.
I'm pretty certain he
Frank
was.
Lucas took over when he died. He was the mentor. That was Bumpy Johnson, was the mentor of Frank Lucas in that movie. Yeah. Thank you, Red Falcon.
My brother's friend that like went to prison used to be able to recite the entire movie like, you know, like Shakespeare.
He doesn't look that bumpy.
Johnson was arrested more than 40 times, served 2 prison terms for narcotics-related charges. In December 1960, Johnson staged a sit-down strike in a police station, refusing to leave as a protest against their continued surveillance. He was charged with refusal to leave a police station, but was acquitted by a judge. What?
Baldwin's goes smooth Johnson.
Yeah, this guy seems more smooth than bumpy. I wouldn't characterize this as bumpy. It's derived from the bump on the back of his head. Oh, do you think he had like one of those like Dr. Pimple Popper like bumps?
That'd be cool.
I knew a guy that had one of those, like the size of like a fucking golf ball. Shit's wild. Dropped out of high school, damn, we're unruly jobs. Yeah, sounds pretty wild. His wife died in May 2094. Jesus Christ.
I just sent you a picture of Smooth Perenni.
Smooth Parenti.
If anyone frequents various meme pages. Sometimes at night they'll say, the mods are asleep, quick, post smooth perenni.
Smooth perennial. I have a feeling that, like, you know, if we could have him here with us, he would not understand like what any of this is, but I feel like he would find it entertaining.
He would not understand the layers of irony that make this funny.
I don't know what's wrong with the kids anymore, but like, yeah, I guess it's kind of comical. It's like, oh, my face is smooth.
Ashko says it should be an emote.
No
As
one
opposed to bumpy perenni.
No one has a smooth perenni emote, do they? I know. Perenni, he's in like the late stages of dementia.
Yeah, it wrenches our fucking heart to know that a man has a beautiful mind as his is deteriorating in such a way. But listen, when you run on high octane, when you run that hard at that level for that many years, that's why he's deteriorating faster than Chomsky. He worked too hard. His brain worked too hard for too long prior.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, it's also also possible that, like, the feds are just, they straight up hit him with the dementia gun, and because, Chomsky was totally willing to let it work.
They hit him with the Havana syndrome.
Yeah, they hit him with the Savannah syndrome. What the fuck is that? What? Is that the new Atlas guy? Yeah, not yet. What the fuck is it? He just came out with a book with Vijay Prashad. Have you read your copy yet, Pat? Neither have I. Okay, cool. It's called like the pullout or something.
Withdrawal.
Whatever. It's about the U.S. like invading and like occupying Iraq for like 20 years or something.
Well, and Libya and Afghanistan. I think it's like the number of those conflicts.
I mean, like
the anti-leftist cancer gun.
Look. I also think they hit Kwame Ture with the cancer gun. He also, I think, allegedly said that he thought he was hit with the cancer gun.
Can I ask you something, man? Because you're more into the Kwame Ture than I am, just by circumstance. But when I read Revolutionary Suicide by Huey Newton, he has some bad things to say about Stokely Carmichael.
About who?
Stokely Carmichael.
Oh yeah, no. Stokely Carmichael talked all kinds of shit about the Black Panther Party.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But did he ever work with like the CIA or some kind of like government organization or anything like that?
Oh no, he didn't like that. Like the Black Panthers were like near the end, like trying to work with like white people and shit.
I can't remember exactly what the issues were that Huey Newton was saying about him, but yeah, he was not psyched on him, which makes me sad.
Yeah, I mean, like, you gotta understand that, like, do you have any idea how like kind of semi-problematic Kwame could be?
Huey Newton was a pretty problematic dude. Also,
they were all problematic. You ever heard fucking Fred Hampton, use the F slur?
Oh, probably. Yeah, I didn't hear that, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, look, part of this stream, everybody, before we even started, right? One of the things that like we talked about is how like there's a lot of stuff that like
I'm reading this real quick. I'm sorry. In July 1968, Hoover stepped up his efforts to divide the Black Power movement. Declassified documents show he launched a plan to undermine the SNCC, the SNCC Black Panther merger, as well as to bad jacket Carmichael as a CIA agent. So, J. Edgar Hoover sowed dissent within, members of SNCC and the Black Panthers, releasing like documents, I guess, that made it seem as though he was a CIA agent.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Both efforts were largely successful. Carmichael was expelled from both SNCC that year, and the Panthers began to denounce him, putting him at grave personal risk.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. Think about how, like unchained and untethered Kwame Ture was. Like, throughout his entire career. That man just, like, fucking he opened his mouth and, like, pure hot magma fucking spewed forth, you know, and anybody that was in his fucking direction.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, I'm sorry, Sebs. I it broke my heart too, but that doesn't mean that, like, you know, oh, like, my love for Fred Hampton is over. I love, you know, whoever now. What? No, it's before me and Pat even started this whole fucking thing. One of the things that, like, we talked about is that, like, you know, a lot of people will cover these characters, these people of history, you know, these people that, like, you know, we kind of and pedestalize, we you know, lift up and everything as, like, you know, these are, like, you know, the revolutionaries and shit. And a lot of them are mildly problematic in certain times, but that doesn't mean it should be completely dismissed. It doesn't mean that, like, just because CLR James was, like, you know, a trot, doesn't mean that, like, oh, well, that negates, you know, his entire fucking legacy. You know what I mean?
Listen, you're not going to find a single, you know, one of these people who are revolutionaries that you might see on, like, who some of these, you know, deified revolutionaries, without something to be critical of them, in terms of maybe how they viewed women, how they viewed gay people, how they talked about certain other groups, things that they did. I mean, unfortunately, it just happened.
Then yeah, no, Red Falcon. Then we're
maybe.
absolutely on board with having him on if he's gonna, like, you know, fucking show us all the pock marks and everything. I'm absolutely down with that. And Baldwin's Ghost. Yeah, that's another thing that I think a lot of people forget is that the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense was not even aware of COINTELPRO, like, officially. Woke snowflake millennials. Up yours, woke moralists.
We'll see who cancels who.
We'll see who cancels who.
Oh man.
Yeah. I think today was a good one. I think this is a fire episode. You know,
All things considered, you know, with our personal lives, but also I must say, and maybe this is just me and my style, you know, King's less spicy than Malcolm. Malcolm seems a little bit easier to make a little project about because a lot of King's is like, and then he started organizing with this group, and then he had a nice little organization and a speech at this church, and then he went and he, you know, said that he was going to support this organization. Whereas Malcolm was kind of like just kicking up dust from the beginning, and it makes it a really compelling narrative. Not that King's narrative isn't compelling, but to make like the presentation for it just seems like Malcolm has a lot more to sink your teeth into, at least up into this, at least comparing these two chapters.
but that's by design. All right, MLK is Goku, Malcolm is Vegeta. All right, yeah. They are both, like, equally powerful, right? And like, yes, like, you know, MLK is a little bit younger than Vegeta, right? Yeah. And like, oftentimes he gets there a little bit before Malcolm, right? You know, and sometimes maybe, like, you know, Malcolm gets there before Goku, but like, it's kind of like no one really knew about that, you know, until it's revealed later. But like, you know, that's just kind of like what it is, man, you know. And like, fucking Paul Robeson is Bardock, and you know,
Paul Robeson is like
he's the what?
Dragon. The dragon.
He's Shenron.
Is that the name of the dragon that you bring the Dragon Balls to?
Yeah, that's Shenron. Yeah. Fucking. Anyways, you know, I hope you still take us seriously as, like, fucking Twitch.
I hope after that analogy we have any reputation left.
I hope that
if there's anything that you can hang your hat on, just remember Martin Luther King, Goku, Malcolm X, Vegeta. Okay, just
like, you know, a lot of people
clip that and send it around. Let us know. Clip me and Johnny talking about Martin Luther King being Goku and Malcolm X being Vegeta while we have a picture of Smooth Perenni behind us.
Yes.
And that should be a good representation of what we do on this program.
Yes. I'm going to wind up making this the background for the next stream. Letting getting out his notebook in 1917. I feel like after hearing that, if Perenni, you know, was with us, right, and he heard me talking about all this is probably like the look that he would give, you know, that like all I feel my soul just leaving my body. This is my legacy. This is what I've inspired. This. It's almost 10 o'clock. Time to go.
Tune in on Friday. I don't think we have anything arranged just yet. If are we gonna reach out to anybody?
I don't know, man. I should reach out.
We'll see if we can. If not, and maybe we'll just have Dave come on and bullshit with us again. Who knows what'll happen?
I don't want to make Dave feel like that.
But,
I don't want Dave to feel like our just side piece.
Dude, that's not a side piece. That's a regular featured guest.
Fucking let me see here. Fucking who the hell's even on right now?
Thank you, Hash Kush. Appreciate you being here.
I wonder how Gremlo is taking the State of the Union.
Dave says, "Hey, I'm cool being the featured side piece." A recurrent character, if you will.
All right, so let me see here.
AC3.
I don't know. Do you guys want to go to Ben? You want to go to Horse?
We have two people in chat saying Amy.
Oh,
D3.
aim C3. All right, yeah. You know what? We never raid her. You know. That's cool. All right, even better. You know, everybody. You know, when we raid fucking Amy C3, stick around. Matt is always cool, and I you know, I've seen like Amy maybe for like 15 minutes total. She seems all right. I know she's like does a lot of stuff for housing and stuff, but.
All right, guys. Everybody be safe.
And
Salam. Bye.
La salam. Stay strong out there, everybody. See you all. What fucking day is it today? Wednesday.
See you on Friday.
See you on Friday.
We also need a La Salam emote. I don't think we have that.
Yeah, we should get one. All right.
So what do we need? What do we have now? A smooth perenni, a La Salam.
We need.
Wasn't there another one that we were talking about?
We just need our emotes like in general. I don't know what the holdup is with that, but soon enough, everybody. All right. Fucking Stop recording. Yeah.